I pushed the wrong button. Hello. Okay, so I'm gonna get started. The plan mostly is to siege down the road towards Muldra, so it's like very, like, um, it's just that's the plan for today. We'll see where it goes. My Zomboid is loading rather slowly. Hmm. Oh, hi. Time to begin. Okay. Yes, indeed. We will get to that in just a moment. These things can all be moved over to here. My favorite rant streamer. That's you though, Rat. You're the most rantiest of streamers for sure. Totally. Yeah. He goes off. Yeah. Yeah, I wanted so watching you play a primitive run makes me want to run off into the woods and do a primitive run. I was like, I could totally do that, but then I'm like, but oh, great. Don't like hearing that. Let's make sure all the softwares are working properly. Okay. There we go. If only you could nap the large stones. Yeah, it's because the devs, like you said, they forgot what they were doing it for, and that's one of the biggest reasons why I said that napping needs an expansion. Is because it really does. Napping needs an expansion of many, many more items in order to really, one, give us XP tracks, because that's the biggest thing that we lost. We lost quite a lot of experience tracks. That said, and that seems like the overall idea is that there was a lot of reductions in experience. Meanwhile, certain other things get a huge boon in experience, like foraging, for example. I can get foraging 10 instantly now, it feels like. Meanwhile, it's like, okay, but tailoring, they reduced the patches. And I get that they didn't want us to do that, but at least make the actual tailoring crafts worth quite a lot more, right? Um, it's just yeah, it seems like there's certain things that need balancing in that way, but that, like I said before, balance shouldn't be the primary goal. Like accessibility should be the primary goal first, which would be the like raising the calorie values on the meats, and doing the same thing they did to Dogbane across the board for now, like make everything accessible so that if somebody wants to make something that they can, because it's the unstable build as it is. It's not like the whole point is to test, right? So to try and figure out what works, what doesn't work, and they can reduce all the numbers later when they're going to be releasing to stable. Be like, okay, we had fun while we were in unstable. Now it's time to be a little bit more reserved, so then they can pull all the numbers back down. But for now, it's the accessibility should be the primary. Trying to balance things while simultaneously making things is not the right call, really, because you know it becomes difficult because then you got to keep balancing upon like every few seconds. Okay, we released one new item. Okay, got to rebalance the entire board. It just doesn't quite make sense. But yeah, I'm really for happiness bonuses as well as happiness getting worse. I'm tempted to do a little not a video, but like a post. The problem is posting to the PZ Discord seems to go nowhere. And that's not me throwing shade at their Discord or anything. It's just that when I posted my clip of the my little clip video that's it's unlisted because it's not an edited video or anything. I suppose I should just publicize it, make it public, because so folks can see that. But because it's not edited or anything. I felt like it wasn't supposed to be, but yeah. So long as people have the link, they can view it. I suppose that you're right, though. I could always just take the video down when the bug is fixed. I'll just go tick it real quick. It will take me 2 seconds. Let's switch. I don't have anything on here at all, really. Not really. Like I post my my other stuff there. There, public. Why not? Take the name of the build behind it. Like put that in the description then. Build 42.8.1. There. That doesn't change the link, does it? I think the link stays the same. It's just public now, right? Yeah, okay. Seems good. There, okay, and now it's public. But so I just didn't think it would be prudent because it wasn't like it's not edited or anything. It's just like you know. But I suppose it like I mean yeah, I don't feel like their Discord like they because they probably get too much traffic maybe through there, or maybe they just don't. It feels to me like, and this is kind of weird, but it feels to me like YouTube and Reddit get the primary two focuses. Twitch and Discord kind of fall to the wayside, which is kind of a little strange, right? But at the same time, I don't know. It's one of those weird things. They get less focus. Now I could be wrong on that because I don't know. Like I'm not one of the devs, so maybe they do, but they just don't have time to be everywhere. But it does feel to me like Reddit, for some reason, Reddit gets a much larger, despite how wrong they are a lot of the time. Like you can't walk on them with this patch. See, the fishing bug, though, it's been around for since build. I first noticed the fishing bug in build 42.5, 42.6, and it's been around for like multiple patches. And it's one that is fatal. That one will get you killed, probably. Like if it doesn't get you killed, it's because you did one of the few things, and or the zombie, you lucked out, essentially is what happened. The zombie attacked you and didn't kill you, and then you were able to run away, because most folks wouldn't know to close their game or what's it called, have a fishing rod on them. They would just take the damage, and that would get them out of the stance. So it's a roll of the dice. And just recently, like I mean, within the last couple of days, like last 2 to 3 days, I seen it happen 3 more times, and 2 of them resulted in a death out of the 3. So it's like, and one of them was posted in the Rat Race Discord. But yeah, for some reason I feel like YouTube gets a lot of weight, which is fair. I mean I get it. YouTube is going to get a lot of weight. That it makes sense. But why does Reddit get so much? I don't like. I don't get that part of it. They waste Reddit quite heavily, and they really shouldn't. No offense to Reddit meant, it's just... It is their Reddit. Yeah, I guess that's true, but then why do they not care as much about their Discord? It's their Discord. Because Discord is not... It's strange, I guess. Maybe Discord is like a... I just expected that post to be a little bit more, I don't know. Like, I didn't expect them to react to it or anything, but I did expect the bug to get fixed. Shame on me, I guess. I didn't watch the Atomic Duck video that you mentioned, by the way, but I heard you did say that there was a video on it, and and you said you yourself were making a video, so hopefully those videos gain something towards them so that they can see, because they've already started fixing the tracks in blacksmithing, and I more than likely expect that it's because of the videos that are posted. Maybe that's just the trick. Maybe that's the trick, is to make videos that are on YouTube, and then there will be traction on those. Yeah. It's silly though, and that's the way. Because you got Twist posting directly to them, and like, I mean... he asked me for that video a couple of patches ago, and he's now asked for me for it again. So that's directly to the devs. Like, I mean, you'd figure that maybe, but still, the videos and the Reddit more. Why than your bug testers that are like actually? Do you know what I mean? That doesn't make sense. That's where my misunderstanding kind of is lying, is that I know that their testers are are messaging them, and then they're just, yet Reddit and YouTube more than the testers. It doesn't make sense. Like, I can the Discord thing and that stuff, that's one thing. Okay, I get that. That's fine. But your testers, the people that you've actually asked to test your game, and like, anyways, mini rant over. I really like the devs, I do. They're very much supportive of all the stuff that they do, but, and this is a small but, there are some things that are interesting, and priorities are a little bit strange at times. I would need to see their perspective on things, and that's the thing, is that I don't have the full picture, so I can't make any judgment calls or anything like that on it. I can only see my perspective of it, right? I can't see theirs, like, you know, from their aspect of things. Maybe it is all running super duper smooth. Like, you never know. Like, maybe they've got like a cork board and it's got like all the things on it, and they're working through it gradually, and you know, and they maybe don't even check those sources once, like, very often. Like, you know, maybe all those sources are just extra, right? Like, they're extra, and they happen to check into them very briefly, but they're still focused on their primary, right? I don't know. I don't know how the team is oriented. It's just, when you're an outside perspective looking in, it's very easy to have that 2020 vision, you know, oh, they could do this, this, and this, and it'd be so much better, which in reality is not the case a lot of the time, right? Because, It is that 2020 vision. And then if you actually were to work there and actually were to be part of the system, it wouldn't be so simple. There would be like channels and difficulties, and like trying to get things to run in that exact way that you thought once before would not be possible, without the outside perspective, right? You need to have that outside perspective to look in order to be able to, and then adjust. But adjusting in the moment is not necessarily. It's like playing a video game and watching a video game. You can watch the pros play anything, like any pro. Doesn't matter what kind of pro. It could be any pro play gamer playing anything, right? And you could be like, "Oh, they missed an attack there. I would have hit that attack." Well, are you better than that pro? Probably not overall. But like, I mean, maybe you are. But at the end of the day, it's like, that's the thing, right? It's the whole 2020 vision, right? Yeah, I'm thinking so too. I think their corkboard is full, and that prioritizing things becomes a lot harder when the corkboard is full. And then they drop patches that are like the last one, which is like, I mean, like huge. It's great, love it, but at the same time, it's gargantuan, right? Like, and it seems like that's the case a lot of the time. Is they take a few weeks, they drop these gigantic patches, and while that in practice that is awesome and appreciated, and it's going to get exonerated, there's going to be also that lull where players are going to be like, well, where's the patch? It's been like weeks, right? You see, like, I mean, and it's the same thing as the release of the updates, right? Um, Initially, the players are like, oh yeah, the updates is on the way, and then after a while, they're like, okay, well, it's been years now. Okay, this next update's not, it's taking years, and then they start making jokes about it, and you know, a lot of folks jump off, play different games and stuff. It's just it's I don't know. Yeah, maybe. Not sure though. Doesn't matter. Ragdolls, and as much as I like the ragdolls, and I don't want this to come off like I don't like them, but I do like them. But like, it doesn't help the flow of the game. Yes, it's funny and it's interesting and it's jovial, and I enjoy that. It's kind of like the zombies falling over from the Shambler perspective. If they had that, they're entertainment, not progress. And I want to see the flow of the game fixed in that way. Like, I mean, like you said with the primitive play, like you can't just go into the woods and go from a person that is completely naked with no zombies to a blacksmith. Like, you can't play the game with no zombies and no loot currently at all. Like, you have to have zombies and loot in order to play. It's a requirement. Because even yesterday, like, I mean, where you're in the progress, you're trying to, like, you get one scratch, and yeah, you aren't bleeding out from that scratch because the blood loss of the limbs prevents that. Like, so there's a limit of how much blood goes out of a limb, and then the limb has no blood anymore, so your character stops losing health from it. Um, which is kind of interesting way to do it. So you just eventually can get to a point where you're just not taking damage even though you're still injured. Um, anyways, but that's helpful towards, because you weren't able to get a fishing rod right away. You had to get to like carving level, what is it? Carving level 5 or something? And napping level 5 or 4. 4? You took innovative, right? Because you need to be able to make a fishing rod, and you can't make a fishing rod without a paperclip, a nail, or the bone hook. Bone hook being, where is it? It's a crafting recipe for carving, level 5. So it'd be level 4 requirement. Oh, you took the traits that teach the recipe. Okay, so you had the recipe then, so you didn't have to worry about that. But you still need a bone. How are you getting a bone? You gotta hunt and or catch an animal or like you can't get a bone. Yeah. And then on top of that, it's what is it? There's the other thing. The napping thing you were mentioning too. It just needs an expansion. That's the thing. There needs to be more napped items. And I know that that's difficult to kind of think of new items, but you could just Google napping and look at some of the old primitive items that, like, have some of those be from level 1 to 3 or level 0 to 3, because that's the big one, is the 0 to 1. Trying to get those early levels, it's basically you require, and then the amount of XP you receive from it makes it require quite a lot of chipstone, right? And in a normal game sense, that's possible. Is your other run still active, Rhett? I think I was there till the end last time, but I don't remember. I think it's still active. Yeah, I think bows will help out immensely. Once we get Boyering, then that'll solve quite a lot of the issues with because then you'll be napping arrows. Oh, you had 2 injuries though. You thought that was from a tree, so it's understandable. You were like, oh, got another bush scratch. I'm still thinking like it was a bit of a surprise that you got you hit the 7%. That's why I didn't say anything. I was like, yeah, that's not gonna matter. Little did I know. That particular survivor was super lucky. Yeah, it seems like it's not too difficult to get injured that way. It could be a cool way to play, though, is to play Zomboid kind of like a vintage story. If there isn't a mod that does one of those, like, cartoon, like, whoa, there needs to be, like, because... I could see that being a thing. Reminds me of the whole cartoon slapstick where they're like standing over the nothing, like they walk off a cliff and they're standing over it. Gravity's not affecting them at first for a little while, and then they're like, oh yeah, gravity, and they have time to wave and stuff before they fall. Almost like the zombies could wave at you while they're falling. Gravity, your true nemesis. Hi, by the way. How was your Final Fantasy? Did you have fun? It looked like Saber's party was having a hard time. They kept getting killed by what was the colorful rainbow It was like some kind of announcer or something. I don't know very much about that game, but like, I mean, that looked hard. That looked really difficult while I was watching that yesterday. It's like very colorful and everybody's dying all the time. Nothing but that Splatoon boss. Pretty much. That is what it kind of made me think of. I've not played very much Splatoon, although Splatoon is totally a game I would enjoy, I bet. Emma has Nintendo consoles, so when I'm living there with her, we'll be able to play Splatoon. Let's go get arrested. Yeah, I feel like a lot of those games, the MMORPGs, when you get to the raids, if you don't know the game all that well, that's all it looks like is sparkly colors going everywhere. Can really, really make you feel like you're out of touch. Like you don't know what's going on. You don't know why people have to stand somewhere, but you have sneaking suspicions, depending on what your gamer background is. I like those games. They can be fun. Makes me miss playing Guild Wars 2 with Emma, so likely I will probably play Guild Wars 2 with Emma more when I'm there. I just burned myself out, that's all, when I played last. Burnout is a thing for most games. Oh, raccoon. Ooh. So these two can stand here. Where's that backpack? That zombie got back up. Being high nimble is shocking. It's one of those things that even without high nimble, it doesn't matter. Like, because you can kind of still control the zombies with regular speed. So see, if I don't have high nimble, what will happen is I will control the zombies with my walking speed, melee them, you know, but then instead of using the nimble to walk away and reset myself, I'd attack once, walk away with standard walking speed, melee again, walk away with standard walking speed. You just have to make sure that you see that turn away takes a second. So you have to give yourself that extra time. You don't need high levels of nimble in order to get away from the zombies. And then once you keep doing that, building up your nimble skill, eventually you won't need to turn. You just can nimble away. And then you'll notice that right away. And then as you get higher and higher levels of nimble, it actually gets worse. I know that sounds strange. It's like, oh, but wouldn't higher levels of nimble be better? No, because you actually have to stop more because your nimble speed is so high. And then eventually it can get to a point where you can kind of mess up because of that. Like you could accidentally overstep into the zombies, and you know that's what can get a high level nimble character killed. Yeah, so the sweet spot is like the middling levels of nimble. That's why I would never rush to be like the end game of nimble, is because the middle game of nimble is actually is not secretly, it's actually just the best. You feel unstoppable, right? It's why nimble is known as the god skill. Once you really feel it, it becomes like it is the best skill in the game. There is no question. Out of all of the other skills in the game, nimble is definitely the best. Because no matter which character you're playing, they're all gonna need nimble. And that's why you always take a bonus in it. the recorded case of not taking a bonus with Nimble takes 10 years to level, by the way, in-game. 10 years to level Nimble without a bonus. On Rat Race, it would be longer if you didn't take a bonus. Longer than 10 years survived. Well, I mean, you can look at it right now. Look at my stats right now, right? This is with a bonus. I have, and not abusing the animal tracking bug thing that gives you extra nimble. I'm level 4 and a bit. If I keep nimble, but then again, I wasn't in combat much. I'm going to be in combat a lot from now for the next couple of in-game years. I expect by year 3 or year 4 to be pretty much upper end of nimble. Another 2 years, right? So that's 4 years, right? But that's with a bonus. Hello. Hopefully you're having a good day. How do you Prog? Prog is going good. Hi, by the way, Attic. Hopefully you're having a good day too. Like, as good as you can. And Leon's not giving you too much trouble. He's behaving. I'm still making vertical zombies into horizontal zombies. Hello. I forget where that backpack is. Was it by the sign? I think it was further up. You've been way more tired? Yeah, no, I can understand. It's one of those things where it can be kind of hard to adjust to everything. And, you know, the stresses of and pangs of life. That said, though, it is still fun, I'm sure. Hopefully you settle. And it's not like you're not coming down with something. Because there's been a lot of new diseases lately. New variants on old viruses. And hopefully everybody stays good. Been trying to keep my eye on that because I don't want us to get sick. Yeah, the thing is about Twist is gonna hit million kills long before he perfects his character, I think. I'm pretty sure, based on the averages. He may take a break on the killing though, and then because that's what's required is you need to take a break on the killing in order to maximize the rest of your character. Although he should run out of zombies in his area in Rosewood before the million. I know that seems kind of like what, but I'm pretty sure he should run out of zombies before his million. But maybe not. Maybe there's more zombies on the map than I think there are. Because with the 10 times vehicle engines, I already showed, but Twist is basically pulling the entire map that is not this section over here. I think that Irvington could slip through. There's zombies in March Ridge that would get locked up, so those zombies can't get out. Some of the military zombies would be locked up with the 2, they can't get out. All of Louisville is locked up, it can't get out. A lot of Valley Station and the mall area would be locked out, so they can't get out because of the bridges and stuff. They could leak over the bridges a little bit, but it wouldn't be bad. You don't understand where they came from? Oh, it's very simple. Muldra, West Point, Fallis, Doe Valley, the remainder of this area down here, so the resort. Irvington probably could slip over, but not from the angle that I'm thinking. So actually, I think Irvington would get stuck along this route. But that doesn't mean that he wouldn't be able to pull all the zombies from this upper section because they would all come down based on the angle, right? So most of Riverside would get stuck up on here, but like he'd still pull part of the country club. Zombies would be clustered really badly over here, but they would leak over. So I would expect that that's about 400k, if not more. I'd say roughly his peak number should fall off around 600k if you want my guesstimate. Around 600,000, he'll notice a slowing if he hasn't noticed one already, which he might have. Has he mentioned it? If I'd say 600k is when he'll notice it to start to slow down and it to start trickling. Like there won't be there that many anymore, and he'll actually have to start leaving Rosewood to find more. To which then he has some choices. Like I said, he could try going for Echo Creek area because most of this stuff will have crossed over, like, and gone over this way. But you see, there's a lot of like scoop points, right? This one's an edge, so maybe Guns Unlimited could make it across the bridge. Um, and then, but and then it would be based on where I think Twist's truck went off over here. So I think Guns Unlimited actually could make it across. But the remainder of Irvington probably can't. It probably will get stuck along this route. And then some of it may trickle here and end up there. You see? So he may have to take down Irvington. I expect he's still gonna likely have to take down Brandenburg, but I don't know. It might be in range, but doubtful. I doubt it is what I'm gonna say. So he may still have to do Brandenburg, Ekron, Irvington. He doesn't have to do any of this outer area though. Like this whole thing, Muldraw, West Point. Like there'll be some here, like maybe a few thousand, but nowhere near the amount he's fought in Rosewood. So he'll be basically done with that, and then so when he goes to these towns, they're gonna be like low pop, like only a few thousand max. Um, it'd be like playing on Apocalypse for these towns almost. So he'll go into these towns, wipe them out in mere moments, and then he'll then. I'm curious to see this area. This is the big area that I'm curious to see with Twist's run. So once he's done with Rosewood, because I wonder, did these zombies come down? Are they clustered up here? Are they clustered up there? And then I know Louisville's not come out yet, but you know, because Louisville doesn't. Louisville is completely walled off, so that's 500k zombies at least minimum in Louisville waiting for him. It's like a present. But yeah, you're not dealing with any sickness. This is oh, okay, okay. That's good. I'm glad that you're not sick. Um, okay, I'm gonna run and have a nap. Top off my my stamina. But it'll be interesting to see that area. Meanwhile, in a lot of the other Rat Race playthroughs, you're going to see a lot of a different style. Unless they get in a car. Which, and don't take caution to drive slow, which most folks won't. They'll be in a car. So the whole point is to go faster, right? If you're playing the Rat Race and you don't know, though, here, I'll give you a brief little example. Over here. This is one of the quieter vehicles. Kind of. It's not as quiet as the Dart. The Dart is probably the quietest. But that's 500 vehicle engine loudness. Right? Nearly 500. Right? And this is, so it's one of the quieter ones. Now, we have to take into account that there is some kind of it's got to be a bug. It has to be a bug, that sound thing. It must I can see it applying to melee weapons, but I can't see it applying to the cars. I don't know why it would apply there. Doesn't make sense. But so it's some sort of sound bug that that occurs, and during like stutters of your game or other such things, it causes an extra loud sound source to happen. And as a result, the loud cars are louder, like way louder. So instead of it being like 400 tile or 500 tiles, it'll be like 1500 tiles. And then combo that with like Speed Demon, and yeah, it's just going to be way, way louder. I don't know if it's 100 times. It's just, it's when you combine it with the pinpoint hearing, like they hear better. I don't know. It's weird. It's like, I don't know if it's, uh, Rhett was doing some experimentation with that when seeing the extra loud sound source on melee attacks, and it goes from being like the standard to being like your entire player radius. So like it's something. Pairing the fact that pinpoint hearing zombies are, 3 times more likely to hear a sound, kind of, because they, hearing's 3 times better. I guess I shouldn't phrase it like that because it makes it sound like the sound sources don't always get heard. Because they always do. Always do. So these are shivs. Let's see, have a sit. I top off my water. Is there a water thingy in here? The loud melee sound was less than a shout and consistent. You have to check if it's still there. I think it must be because I've been having, well, then again, though, maybe that's just something else. But I've been having some strange stuttering when the game gets to the 5-month or 5-hour mark. Like 5 to 6 hours, my fighting starts to stutter really badly, and then it gets progressively worse until I restart. But that could just be a zomboid thing, like like a memory leak of some kind or something. I'm not really sure. It used to be that way kind of in build 41, but it used to happen to the sound first. So after a while, I'd be playing for a while, like maybe 5-6 hours, like I said. The sound would do this weird thing where it would cut out completely. And for a few seconds, there would be no sound at all. And then all of the sounds would play at once at the end, and then it would return to normal for a little bit. And it would get progressively worse every few every 30 seconds and it would gradually increase in length of time that the sounds stop and then collect and then play all at once. So it started out like 4 or 5 seconds. Then it would increase to as long as 15 seconds was it was during my PB run. I was counting. I was like 1, 2, 3, and then it's counting, and then all the sounds would play at once. I'd be like, okay, there we go. It was 15 seconds. So it was and it fixed after I restarted my game, but it's just weird that that's how that interacted, right? The first time you get into a car, that's just in general though, I feel. Like when you get into a car, like here, let's go get into this car over here. The game doesn't like it. It's not fond of it. Like see, my game just froze. But if I were to get in again now, it's fine. I have no mods that change gameplay. Why is that freezing? There's just some strange anomalies in Zomboid, and as you play for a long time, you start really just getting used to them. They just become passive things that I don't even think about for the most part anymore. I can't even list them all. That's the thing. They have to happen, and then I'm just gonna be like, oh yeah, that essentially, and I just carry on because it's like, oh yeah, that again. It's one of those things where I wouldn't be able to list them all if somebody were to ask me. They'd be like, oh, can you list off all that? No, I can't. I literally can't unless they happen, to which then I'm like, oh yeah, that's a thing. There's only some that are weird enough that I'm like, oh yeah, I can remember that because it's so weird and niche and strange. Like the time thing. Like it being linked to the sound. And I guess now there's just some weird stuttering that happens. And it just gets progressively worse the longer you play, so you have to restart every... You say 3 to 4 hours. Are you noticing some stuttering a lot faster? Maybe my system, because it's old, it takes a while to get caught up on that. Or just because maybe I don't notice it as early as you would, because it's sort of like Emma. My partner can notice stuttering in games a lot faster than me. Maybe it's a bit of the autism, or maybe it's just the, like, I don't know. It's strange. It's because Emma will comment on things that I'm like, it's fine. The game's okay. Emma's like, no, it's not okay. It's stuttering. I was like, okay, but it looks fine. Like, you can't see it. Because that's why we couldn't play Enshrouded. Like, I wanted to play Enshrouded with Emma, and Emma was unhappy with the stuttering of the game. Emma's like, the game's too stuttery. Can't do it. It's like, okay. And then, so I've been kind of keeping a small eye on it, trying to hope that they get optimization so that I can play it with Emma, because it looks like a fun game to play with Emma. Emma likes those Octane-style Survivor games. Not in like a Zomboid way, though. You know, not like the you lose all your progress if you die, but more so that, you know, it's more casual, more fun. That's 2 reanimations back to back in this pile. See, the issue is I don't really notice to restart fast enough either. In that other run, though, I guess I don't know, it's a bit strange to me that the agriculture is set so high, yet the game kind of gets buggy after a couple of years. And Shrouded runs better nowadays. I'll have to look into it again. I really wanted to play it with Emma. Because, it's a game, it's where things kind of cross between our gamer styles. We both like those kinds of games. Emma's more fond of shooters than I am, which is a surprise, kind of. Given that I used to play Overwatch all the time, and... But... That put you off PvP for good? It didn't put me off PvP for good. I don't mind PvP. It's just, Overwatch is a game that kind of broke my heart in a way. Like, you know, like in terms of, I used to play it every day and then it changed and it became something different, and I hope that the people that play it have fun, but at the end of the day, it's not for me anymore. So, and I haven't really been able to get into another MOBA in the same way. And I have tried. It's just like, I can't quite get into that MOBA mentality anymore. It's just not as good, you know? Yeah. Like Emma recently asked me if I wanted to play Left 4 Dead, and I was like, I liked Left 4 Dead and Left 4 Dead 2. It's just that I can't, nah, I can't play that game anymore. It just doesn't fit me anymore. It's not for me, you know? And I didn't really like the way that Left 4 Dead 2 oriented itself comparatively to the first one. Like I wouldn't say that it's a bad game. It's just that it's not really for me, like, at all. That said, though, I could still see Emma and I playing stuff like Payday 2 or, you know, those kinds of games where, or those kinds of shooters. Similar, but not quite in the same vein, you know? I feel like I gave myself a focus. There we go. So that's what I'm looking for. This is what I mean about the foraging thing. Like, it is like it's like all the nodes are active. And then it's like, you see, I see this, and then people tell me they're starving to death. I don't, how? But it's one of those things where it's, Maybe it's not them, maybe it's me. This is why people are knee-jerking about the foraging nerf. Is it actually nerfed though, Rhett? Like, you just seen, like, I walked into the woods less than an in-game hour and I foraged up like a million things. I had two full bowls of food in my bowl, as well as a bunch of chipped stone and hemp and a bunch of other things. It's like, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so everything giving less doesn't matter if the quantity is immense. There's so much. The foraging is giving so much. Those folks are being silly. Yeah, but the amount, yeah, exactly. Look at what Red said. Exactly. The amount is just, it doesn't matter if it's, oh, they nerfed it by 2 points, but now we can pick up all the items. This is the rat race as well. This is reduced foraging. This isn't your traditional, your apocalypse game where you're gonna walk around and find everything under the sun. It's supposed to be really hard. Yeah, no. So in the average Zomboid player, I'm nicer about that because I believe the average Zomboid, because I include the marathon folks and I include a lot of folks. I feel like the average Zomboid player actually in build 42 can last 2 months. Now the average has gone up since build 41. The average Zomboid player in build 41 could last 1 month, 30 days. It was the average, and that was based on like multiplayer and a bunch of other things, and then sprinter gameplay kind of pulling the average down a bit, marathon players pulling the average up a bit. But yeah, I would say that most players can live a month, 30 days. That's once they get past those early game pangs of learning some stuff. But I don't feel like fishing and I don't feel like foraging are as bad as everyone's letting on. Like, care, what's my weight at right now? It's 79. It's not really worth me running all the way to the fishing spot just so that I can show off that fishing isn't as bad as everyone says it is. But I did it yesterday. I've had 0 problems fishing. But everyone, like, not everyone, but like quite a lot of other folks have been complaining about it. And I've been seeing more complaints gradually throughout. And I'm like, why though? Not just more of them, but you still get the big ones. You still get the big ones. And some folks are saying their bubbles are disappearing entirely, and I don't think that that's the case. I think what's happening is that they're just not seeing the bubbles. Right? Because sometimes the sheen of the water, sometimes like sometimes there just are not. Yeah. It could be a visual glitch as well, where bubbles just aren't visually showing. Yeah, I don't need to go back right now, though, which is the... But we will need to go back at some point during the stream. I will talk about it then, probably. But I've got enough hunger sustained so that I don't need to go back right now. We can continue making our push towards Muldra. That's the thing, though, is that I do find a lot of the time people react very quickly and don't really give it time, you know? They don't experience the full of it. Like they just judge it really quick. Oh, my first fishing session, I don't get a couple of fish, and suddenly it's worse. It's like, but have you given it time? Have you tried more than once? Have you tried different fishing areas, stuff like that? It's important, right, to kind of pool a better data than just the one time that you went fishing that everything went bad. That's not good data set. And as for foraging, I don't know. It makes me wonder if folks are using focuses. Because yes, I didn't find any berries with the berry focus, but I did find a lot of food. Fairly quickly. I know you can fish out an area, but that's not... I've never fished out an area successfully. And how many fish does it take to fish out an area? Do you know? Does anyone know? I have no idea. That language that they use about fishing out an area is extremely vague. So I don't... And if it works the same way that fishing did in Build 41, it could be one fish could fish out an area. But then what defines an area? Yeah, you can chum an empty area and it brings fish back. You're gonna go look for fishing files? Fair. I'll put it this way though, and I've never successfully fished out that lake. Not once. In my entire playthrough so far, have I managed to fish out that lake. Now that could just be luck, but I can't. I haven't done it. In any of the... Now, that's not to state that I haven't seen the clean sheen of a no-bubble lake. Because the Ohio River did it to me in the Riverside playthrough. I seen... Where was it? This entire section of river had no bubbles. I had to run all the way down to the river curve in order to fish. Because this entire section had no bubbles at all. Which is fine. If that area was fished out, whatever. It happens. But if that area is fished out, first off, that's on you. You fished out the area, go find food somewhere else. Or get another food source, right? It's on us to be proactive for these kinds of things. And reactive. It could also be tied to your world seed. I don't think so, but maybe. The world seed doesn't seem... I don't know, I'm not sure. Because world seeds, people are making up lots of fake stuff about them. Like, that I've seen. Lots of misinformation on what world seeds can do. And I don't fully know what world seeds can do myself, but if it's anything like Minecraft, it would affect loot pools and stuff like that. But I've had two people take same world seeds and see completely different events in areas. Like, so it just... The thing is Zomboid has probability, so that could be part of it as well. Maybe it just leans more heavily towards some stuff. I'm not sure. But yeah. It's one of those things where I don't have enough information on that stuff, though. Because even in exact duplicate saves, you can have variance. Somebody can find a generator, another person cannot. because I've seen players run that, like do same saves and pass a save back and forth, and they had differing runs, completely different generators spawning in different garages, events in one place but not in another. Okay. Apologies. You sneezed. What have I been doing about keeping weight? Oh, I've got no problems keeping weight. Everybody's thinking that it's oh so complicated, and it's not. It literally isn't. Fishing's better now than it was, and people are misunderstanding. If you're struggling because the bubbles are disappearing, then go to a different fishing location. And or alternatively rabbits. And or alternatively cows. It's not that deep. But I'll show it here in a bit. I'll just go and get free weight. It's not going to be a problem. And if it is a problem, well, I mean, it'll be okay. But it's not that deep. People are over or blowing it up. And if anyone is thinking that it's that deep, I'll show that it's not here in a bit. Actually, you know what? Am I enough weight that I could deem myself having to go and restock? Let's see. Maybe. How many zombies are left in this pile that I gotta clean up? 5. I gotta back off. We are like way too exerted to continue fighting. But yeah, it's not super duper deep. People are over exaggerating how deep it is. Like I said, I think fishing's better now than it was. Because the second I went to try and see with Yuri, for example, because I was curious. I'm like, okay, well, I'll go and have a look. Yuri, like it was fine. There was no problems at all. It's the same as in tech. Like you bring it to somebody and to fix it is broken. This is broken. Can you fix it? Yeah, sure. And then you go in and it's not broken. It's like it's perfectly fine. Everything's working right. You do diagnostics. It's fine. Everything's good. It's not broken. Then yeah, it's gonna be the same thing here. But I think we're at 79. I don't really need to stock weight right now, but I'll go do it real quick just to kind of. The calorie system works the same way as it did. Minus 2,200 calories for your main weight is to go down, and then it goes up to, I think it's plus 3,300 or something. Like they raised the cap. There is some tedium in keeping weight to a degree. So you have to dedicate essentially days to go and stock up your weight, which does suck a little, I guess, but it's part of the gameplay loop, so you're gonna have to do it. That said, just gonna put these things here and throw knives on my belt just to have. And when we come back here in just a second, I'm gonna go to sleep. And then when we go, we'll head back and we'll stock weight right now, and I'll show everybody that it's not as complicated as all that. Grab 2 of these bags to bring back with us. But yeah, one of the ways you can do it is by prepping rabbits. Like you get rabbits and you put them in a bin, like in a place somewhere with food and water, and just leave them there. They'll do their thing on their own. They're like, and eventually there'll be some rabbits there that you can eat later. But it's good to just catch them and then have them there. So in order to do that, you need trapping. So trapping XP. So if you need trapping XP, you need to be able to get the stick trap, which is you may need magazine for that, but just keep foraging, and eventually you probably will get the magazine for it if you don't have it. But yeah, it does suck that the that trapping can't be done at all without at least the stick trap. But eventually, once you're able to, you can then do the box traps as well, right? You can actually do, yeah, you went from 9 to 21. It takes about a month or two for rabbits to grow up. It takes 9 months to breed. It's because they have breeding seasons. There is a season where they breed, and they breed a lot. So, you said you have 21? Cull half that herd. Just so that we're clear. Keep half of it, but trust me, you don't want to go over 30. Because you're going to have rabbit apocalypse, and you're not going to be able to deal with it. They get ridiculous. Like, really, really ridiculous. And you went from 8 to 15 in a month. Yeah, no, it can go even faster. The most I seen was somebody went from no chickens to like hundreds of chickens. It was like their coop exploded is what happened. And that's the worst I've seen. It's like, you ever watch a popcorn maker? And then it gets to that point where all of the kernels start like going on all at once. That's what I'm guessing happened with that chicken, the chicken coop. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. It just keeps going. Okay, I don't need these. I just brought these here because we gotta put them away here. So let's have a quick peek. So I've not killed any of my animals yet. None of my animals have been killed for food. But I do have animals. You can see they've got decent amount of food. They got decent amount of water. And if I need to get them more water, I would just grab... There's 3 buckets here that fill up with rainwater. And now that they've added in that snow fills that stuff too, well, now water's been made easier. So, which is cool. I also have a rain catcher up there that I haven't managed to do that. Do they need shelter or are they okay outside? I don't know. I have no idea. I just put them in there because I don't want to have to build a fence. But they may be fine outside. They are animals after all. They might need an indoor area for like if they need to rest. Maybe. I don't know. I know, though, that if you put a tile of lake near them or river near them, that they'll drink from that as well, if it's included in their animal zone. So, if you happen to have an infinite water source, then that's convenient. If not, just do what I'm doing, where you have the trough and you fill it up every once in a while. Rabbits barely need water and barely need food. You just, like, 100 grass tufts will last them forever. I've never really had to restock that. I restocked it once for fun, because I pulled up some grass and was like, I'm just going to restock their food, just in case. But I didn't even need to. They hadn't even burned through half of the grass yet. Same for the raccoons. I've not seen them need very, very much. But here, we're going to get over to the fishing spot, and I'll show you guys. Now, Grim Hiker and I were discussing it just recently, but... we were discussing the fact that I leave the area completely, and that might be a part of why I've never fished this lake out. Is because I leave this area, and I go over here, and I go over there. This chunk is unloaded, or this cell is unloaded a lot of the time, unless I'm here. And then I only stay for like a week, and then I leave, right? Because I top off my food, my hunger, and my weight, and then then I'm gone. So that's what I'm thinking, is that these other folks are not leaving. They're staying in their area and it's causing the lake not to reset. So that's part of it. But it's not the only thing, because I've had discussions where I'm like, have you left the area for a few days? They're like, yes, I have. It's like, okay. But and then to which then my other response was, perhaps they're just not seeing the bubbles. Because I've missed the bubbles before, and I've had chat pointed out that, yeah, there's bubbles there. They're right there on the corner. You know? It's like, oh, okay, well, I just missed those bubbles because I'm a human being, and then sometimes I'm not going to see everything. I can't perceive the entire lake, and actually, because of the way that the lakes look, it's sometimes difficult to see the bubbles. Right? Now, that's not to state that I haven't seen the clean sheen of no bubbles in the river, because I have. It's just, when I seen that, I went to a different place. So like that's my initial thought, was to go, oh, let's go to a different place and fish somewhere else. A lot of the other folks seem to be not thinking that way, and I wonder why. Why is the initial response get mad that the lake is not producing fish, and instead, you could go to a different lake. Just go somewhere else. Like, right? I'm not connecting the dots, and I want someone to connect the dots. Why do you need to fish out of that lake specifically? If it's not producing, go somewhere else. Why is, like, go, and I guess perhaps it's the rat race scaring people, thinking that there's a multitude, an army of zombies everywhere, and that's not true. Even on time 16, there are areas where you can go that are lighter in the pop. Sure, you're gonna have to kill a few hundred zombies. It may happen, whether there may be some zombies in your way, but there are areas that you can go and you should be able to fish, and that are zombieless, or at least zombieless for a while. You said that spawn is a mine jail. It's not just a mine jail. It's that entirely. It's the mentality that you are in your area and nothing can move you from that area. But you have an open map to go anywhere you want. Right? Folks forget that you can go anywhere. When I couldn't find a sack in these areas, what did I do? I went to the garden sheds over here. And when I couldn't find them in any of these garden sheds, we made a gamba that I walk across the map all the way to the garden store in Echo Creek. Right? And we made it no problem. Even though there was like maybe about 1,000 zombies in front of this store, we moved them out of the way. We went in the store, we looted it. You don't have to be... There is nothing anchoring you to your area. Remember, all those items you collect, all those items that you loot goblin, those items, you can leave them all behind. And you can, like, so long as your character's still alive, you can leave with nothing. No backpack, no car, no items. It's like you started over almost, right? But you still have all those items there in your primary spawn, right? In that primary area. You could just go and come back, right? If there's no food in your immediate area, what do you do in reality? Like, okay, here's one. If there's no food in the fridge in your house, what do? Well, you got to go to the grocery store, right? What if there's no food at the grocery store? Weird shipping thing has made it so there's no food at the grocery store. Well, what about the fast food places around? Let's say that for some reason, all of the fast food places in your area suddenly didn't have food either. Well, where do you go then? Well, I'm going to starve. No, you're not going to starve. You can continue to go to different areas. You don't have to stay in your immediate area. You can try and go into the grocery store in the next town over. And that's how I think in this way. Perhaps maybe that's where people are kind of struggling, is the lack of, or they're anchoring themselves to their area. My lake doesn't have any fish. I'm gonna starve. No. Go find fish. Why are you staying in the place that has no food and starving to death? It's because you feel like you cleared the area out and it's the only safe spot? Because it's not. Even on time 16, there are spots that are safe. If you guys want my opinion on some spots that are safe that you can go try, because most folks don't spawn in West Point, this area over here is not a bad spot. Same for a lot of this lake area here. So like if you can make it to this area over here, like this long stretch, you can just like cut through the woods and go to the lake there, and that's one place you can go fishing. McCoy Estates has a few thousand zombies if you're willing to grind through that. This lake riverside area is light on zombies. It still has some, but it's light. But I guarantee you'll find fishing spots along the Ohio River if you keep walking along it long enough. That said, the lake that I'm at right now, a few hundred zombies to clear this one, and it's got another teeny tiny lake down there. There's a lot of other lakes other than this one. This is not the only lake that exists in the game. This is not the only source of water that exists. Did you say Rat Race Discord is blowing up about this? Let's have a peek. For Echo Creek is top spawn. I don't agree with that. I have reasons for disagreeing with some of these spawn strategies. Cursory glance. I do agree that the calorie system is a little bit hampering to a degree. Like I do have to constantly go back, but the thing is that's all you do is you just take a day or a week in game and just go top yourself off. I don't need to be doing what I'm doing right now but I'm just doing it to make a point. So we're gonna go top off our weight and catch a bunch of fish and be fine. And then if anybody is having troubles with weights in the rat race, send them to me because I'm like and I'm going to make the same points that I just made, which is that anchoring yourself to an area is silly. Like cuz what happens if you get overrun, right? What if for some reason I don't want to use this terminology because it's wrong, but okay, so bear in mind that this is the wrong terminology. But let's say a bad migration happens and you suddenly have 1,000 zombies on your doorstep. What do? Well, kill them all. No. Let's say you have muscle strain and your character's 0 to hero. What do you do then? Well, you can slowly kill them all, but let's say, for argument's sake, that you're in that slow decline of weight loss that everybody seems to be in right now. You know, well, okay. Well, you can't kill the 1,000 zombies. What do you do? Well, I guess I'm homeless then. Well, no, you're not. You leave that area, right? And go somewhere else. You abandon it for the time being until you can come back and clear the area out later. But it's just like in the beginning of the game. Do you stay in your spawn house? No. You don't very often stay in your spawn house. But it's technically your home, right? Am I wrong with this mentality? I don't really think I am, but I think that it's a perspective that people are being weird with. And that they're not seeing the bigger picture in the long run, and they're kind of over committing to an area, which is bad play overall. I'm not saying that I'm not at fault for doing that sometimes. Sometimes I get a little bit too nestled into my nook of the area. Like now, for example, we could be going to, I don't know. I'm trying to go for Muldra, but I suppose we could go for West Point as well. I don't know. I just feel like Muldra is the harder of the two right now. And that's kind of why I picked it. Alright, without even picking up my fishing rod, I can see one set of bubbles that's too far. Or they're, yeah, the other bubbles are too far. But that's okay. Yeah, West Point also got their heat map tightened and culled a little. So West Point doesn't feel like it's scary anymore. It's like they took the teeth out of West Point. I'm just going to top off my water real quick. Oops. You're checking out Rosewood for the first time? Rosewood's fun. It's a good place. Beware the bus depot. Yeah, they definitely took the teeth out of... But that's partly because of the whole... Oh no, I wanted to make my base in the drive-in theater. You're gonna be clearing that for a little while. The drive-in theater and the bus depot are some of the busiest stells in Rosewood. Yep. But your art is my rats. I appreciate that, Rhett. I just... you know and I know. Enjoy your lurk, and hopefully your work stuff goes okay. I don't think I can reach that one from here, but we'll try. Nope, can't reach that one, but can reach this one. We might be too cold. I may need to put a... It's jank inspection day? Oh, I see. Good luck. I mean, technically, that's kind of work, isn't it? Sort of, kind of, sort of. I think it is. It counts. This game, Bloodstone Rising. Okay, I'm gonna write that down. Bloodstone Rising. If we drop down to tier 2 cold, I'll move the fire, because I don't want to be cold. I hate cold. It's my least favorite debuff. Does that even count as a fish? I don't know if it counts as a fish. It wants to be a fish, though. It's definitely trying to be a fish. Oh, it didn't even eat the bait. It's probably too small. Alright, let's have a peek. That's still too far, but this one isn't. Oh, I gotta move down there, though. Yeah, blue catfish. That one definitely ate the bait, though. Yeah, is those bubbles still there? Yep. So something that is notable as well with my fishing is I don't fast forward. And although folks have said that it doesn't matter, fast forwarding in the game causes RNG elements to miss their checks. So if you don't fast forward, you don't miss any checks. I see people lining fenced areas with rags on the ground. Is that planning? No, it doesn't block it. That's planning. That doesn't block grass growth. You're talking about like this up here, right? That's planning. That's me planning to build a fence line because I was gonna put rabbits there, and then I didn't bother continuing it because we put the rabbits in the bathroom and then the Spiffo was anyways. So it's fine. I don't need that. Yeah, I was planning to do something with it, but then we aren't staying here as a mainstay. Like I'm not. I come here, I top off my weight, and I leave. That's what happens here. We just it's a quick topping off of my weight, and then I leave. Also, another thing that's interesting, I guess, is I don't run around a whole lot after during my weight gain days. I work out and I stand still. Because that's what lowers your calorie usage. If you want to maximize your weight gain, don't move around. Stand still. Sleep. Do nothing. Why are you running around and burning your calories? So we just caught a really chunky fish. There's still bubbles. I can still see bubbles. There's at least 4 or 5 pools of bubbles there. And we just caught another. This one's not chunky. It's 180, but still it's bigger-ish, right? This isn't like a 340 chunk fish, but I love the fact that the weight of the fish is a lot less now, though. You can't have them nearly as much, so nobody's really benefiting from that cheesy of bringing the fillets down to one. That's banned in the rat race, but it's like it's still kind of cheesy to make the fillets really small. But um, but now you can't do that, so that's been removed from the game, kind of. I'll catch one more fish. I can't cast out that far because there is a range limitation. But and then some folks were talking about docks, and docks are a good idea. If you feel like you can't reach the bubbles, build a dock out. But be warned, if you're building a dock out and there are still zombies in your area, well, then the zombies can kind of block you in and kill you on the dock. So bear that in mind when building a dock. I'm gonna catch one more fish, and then, well, then we'll gain weight, because that's not a fish. This looks like a decent spot. Oh, it's here. I'll show you. This is the cabin by Muldra and Dixie. Just be warned that there's a few hundred zombies here and there's a few hundred zombies here, so you just gotta clear them out. That said, though, it is a good spot. It's this was my original rat race plan, and Claire actually came up with the same idea. It was so me and Claire both were thinking about this. My very first rat race though, I got sidetracked from my original plan and I was taken away. So I ended up on Riverside instead, which is fine. Like I mean, I was able to, when I died, I mean, was able to reenact the actual plan. And we're right now, we're pushing towards Muldra eventually. I'm just kind of here to top off weight and then, well, and also to make a point, I guess. Um, should make one of those meme things real quick. Interesting the way this works. Does that work? How to... There. Where's my... Oh, it's... Okay, it's down here. I'm also gonna just copy and paste that in my gallery section just so that I don't lose it. There. I want folks to be able to bring an argument that's good, though, forward for it, and so far I've not heard one. It's just improvements. No Nerfs, really. I those are too small for me to really want to eat them. These ones, however, though, are all above 40, and I'll be able to use put them all in my inventory at the same time. We can cook them all at the same time. It's reducing my overall spending of time here. So I can spend more time working on my skills than having to, cook food and stuff. So it's like they essentially it's all time saves. All of it. So now we can grab a bowl from our inventory, which is... Did I leave my bowl behind? Oh, I might have left my bowl behind. That's okay. I can make more, but... I think I left it in the other pack. My regular bowl. So I just ate one little bit of fish just now. We've scaled our weight off. Because roughly that was about a few thousand calories. This next bowl. Weight going up. And I've not even finished all the fish in my inventory. This fish alone probably is enough to get me to 80, 81. So I'm not going to suffer at all. There's no issues. And I can carry it all with me. It's all super light now. It used to be that one fish flank used to weigh like 14. Now, one fish flank weighs 0.5. I can carry all this now. Even with disorganized. Like I've got the disorganized trait. And still can carry it. Hello. Thank you very much for the raid. Do very much appreciate. Hopefully you're having a good day. There we go.
You're amazing.
Whoa. Well, yes, hopefully you had a good stream. And if you need self-care, make sure to take care of yourself. In my little intro thing. Yeah, no, it's you're fine. It's okay. You've got places to go, and that's important. So off you go, and thank you again. Self care. And yes, ragdoll physics are interesting. They're novel. There's something that I can think people will enjoy for a short time. I don't. It, it's gonna. I like them, so I don't want it to sound like I don't like them. I like them. They're just not progress. They're not something that I'm fully like. They added ragdoll physics. Do you care? Not really. One way or the other. I like that they're in the game. Yeah. Okay. Are they? Did we need them? I mean, I don't know. Don't think so, but don't know, don't care. So long as the other things are progressing, and some progress did come with this update. Like they removed some of the gates in blacksmithing. It still requires nails to make nails, which is kind of annoying. But I'm sure they'll work on that eventually. That said, though, some of the other systems kind of still need work. So like. And they made it so we can get burlap now, so that's kind of nice. That said, though, it's one of those things, yeah. But yeah, ragdoll physics, I mean, they're nice to have, I guess. Yeah. So you can grapple and throw the zombies? and then drop them on another person? Does the zombie get to go for a bite attack on that other person then? There was a type of zombie. I'm sure you know Nerd Gamer Dave because you play with mods a lot of the time. But you know the wrestler zombie from that can throw the player from the expanded Z's or whatever. Whatever it is. I can't remember which mod it is. Okay, I need to do that. You haven't seen that? Really? It's that's an old mod. I would figure you'd seen it. It's the one that has all the different types of Z's that and skeletons and stuff that can like yeah, it's called the wrestler zombie. What it does is it grabs the player and throws them into the wall, stunning them. So if there are other zombies around, well, you're stunned. So So now, during the weight gain times, maybe I should be 100% clear of how I do my weight gain system. So during weight gain times like now, I focus on minimizing my movements. I do things that are very like, I'll do crafting at the table. I will walk out here and you'll see very frequently that I throw my bag on the ground and I do working out. Like, so I'll work out and because it minimizes your movements, which is kind of funny that working out actually offers the best weight gains because you don't move. So your character doesn't lose calories. So that's why I do this. It's not because I'm trying to get fitness and strength. At this point, I'm actually getting more fitness and strength from combat than I am from grinding it here at the lakeside. The reason why I do this, though, is because I don't move during my weight gain, which means that if I maxed out my strength and maxed out my fitness, I would start looking at different other skills. I would start trying to do mechanics. I would start trying to, level first aid for a day or two, maybe. I don't know. It depends, right? I would look at other skills to level that require no movement or limited movement. So like reloading, as much as it's a pain, when I max out fitness and strength, I would start doing reloading because reloading is one of those skills that you can just stand and gain your weight back while you stand there. So perhaps that's part of it, is that people who are trying to gain weight are not doing the right thing. They're running out and killing zombies and losing the calories that they need to gain with, right? You can't do that. You need to stop moving. You need to stop fighting as best you can. So that's the trick to weight gain in Zomboid, is you need to not be burning your calories. So that's why you see me come here, max my regularity, and start doing push-ups, is because utilizing this method, we gain weight. And then once I'm chonked, then I go and do other stuff until I lose weight again, down to as low as, I don't like to be below 75. So I'll get as low as 75, 76, then I'll come back here, weight gain again for a little while, and then off I go again once I'm back up into the 80s. 81 and 82 are generally the best choice for me, but technically speaking, the most optimum weight you can be at is 84. 84 is the best weight you can be at because that's the edge of obesity. And then, you can be at 84 and have your weight coming back down gradually. It gives you the most time before you're going to hit that underweight mark, right? While also not being overweight. There we go. Just gonna put this. Sorry, I put the chat underneath by accident. There we go. That's better. Yeah, but I have no problems with the fishing right now. Even with the cold debuff, it didn't really do anything. We didn't even heat ourselves by the fire. Now, one could argue that, oh, but you're level 6 fishing, so that's what's doing it. I mean, it's partly part of the reason, more than likely, but it's not the only reason. You maximize all the things that you can. I could probably get this done with a character that has 0 fishing. It's just a matter of leaning things in your direction that are positive. And it's not like you don't have any time at the beginning of the rat race. The rat race begins in July. So you have a lot of warm weather to work with to get yourself situated into a place where you'll be able to sustain yourself indefinitely. It's just getting to that sustain point may be a little bit harder for some folks. You don't need cows to sustain yourself indefinitely. But I mean, they are nice to have. So like, I mean, if you get them, why not get them, you know? We did a bunch of squats. I was supposed to do the all of the regularity, but it's fine. And right now, if you can't cut the fish in half, you can still eat half and still eat a quarter. So like you can still kind of savor your fillets that way. So there's no... That's if you're doing the fishing method. If you're doing the rabbits method, well, that's a little bit different. You're going to have to, depending on how fast you're producing rabbits. But apparently, so somebody's gotten from 9 to 15 rabbits, or 21 rabbits or something. I can't remember. All right, let's get the rest of the regularity sorted. The reason why I do 40 minutes is because it gives your character won't do exercise past tier 3 exertion. 40 minutes gets me on like able to rest and sort of get back into the system really fast. Also, if a zombie comes up on me, I won't be maxed out exertion most of the time. So I'll be able to still fight. It keeps me safe, in other words. Especially because most of the time I do my fitness out in the open. So even with like burpees, we'll touch max exertion. Or not max, it's tier 3. But then it comes back very quickly. And I've had zombies come up on me while I'm doing my fitness before. Even here. Like, we've had a handful of zombies show up. But... let's eat those two. Exercising outdoors because it's cooler? That part is not min-max. That's just convenience, and also my character has claustrophobia. Convenience because I'm outside. It's your character doesn't get bored when they're outside. Although my character has claustrophobia, so being inside will cause panic, and also so I won't get bored, but also I'll be panicked. And I'll have to wait for the panic to come back down. And also, in being in an interior is something that you, as you play as a veteran, most of the time you're not going to want to be inside. The reason you don't want to be inside is because it's confines, right? I want to see the zombies coming. If I'm inside, I'm reducing my own sight lines. I won't be able to see them coming. So I spend a large percentage of my time outside if I can, so that just in case a horde shows up, I can see it coming and I can leave. Because especially when playing on pinpoint hearing or playing with like if you play with often helicopters or all of that other stuff, it's very important to bear that in mind, that the zombies themselves, they could show up on your doorstep in mass, and then what do? If you didn't see them coming, well then you have to react to the moment. But if I've seen them on the horizon coming my way, okay, that's different. Now I have more time, right? Still, there are still cases to be made where I've come outside my house and suddenly there's 500 zombies just chilling on my lawn. Even with the limited amount of time that I spend indoors and majority of it being spent outdoors, it's just how it goes. That Zomboid, it's like they wait and they know, and then they come and they siege you at that moment, right? It's kind of cool. I like that about Zomboid, is that even with being as precise as you can with the predicting, like where everything's going to be, where they're going to go, sometimes they just don't. They just aren't where you expect them to be. Like, and you'll hear this phrase very frequently among veterans and people in the game, but where did these zombies come from? Like, and then you'll see the person in question being like, oh, but they're puzzled and they're trying to figure out where did the zombies come from. Like, okay, sure, the zombies could have come from this location, but they couldn't have without passing by this section. How did they get here? It's neat. It's a neat interaction, and I like that. But yeah, you can see my weight already coming back up. We're back into the 80s. We'll be 81, 82 here shortly. And I even wasted some of the fish because I'm at that stage nearly in the game where I'm being picky and I'm like, I don't want to eat things that are stale. I'm above stale food. Yeah. Because in the early game, I'm not like that. I'm scrounging anything that I can get my hands on. But I'm almost always above rotten food, though. I very rarely will ever eat the rotten food. It's the stale food that I'm kind of like on the fence about, up until the point where I'm like, I'm above that now. I don't need it anymore. Which, yeah. Because I don't like eating the stale food because it makes you unhappy, and unhappy lowers your action speed, and lowering your action speed sucks. It is not fun. I don't like having slow action speed. So that looked like that all the bubbles are gone, but they're not. There's some over here. Looks like it, but no. Actually, they're not even. There's some right there. Can I reach these bubbles? Oh, I definitely can reach those bubbles. There we go. Yeah, we'll top off our weight a little bit more, and then we'll head over to back to Moldra, because that's kind of the goal right now, is that I'm trying to push towards Moldra so that we can access McCoy and access the storage unit mostly. The storage unit for miscellaneous loot, I don't know what'll be there, but I'm hopeful. And then we have McCoy for a welding mask specifically. Oh, and before somebody goes on that thing and says, "Oh, well, you're not playing on 42.7. I am playing I'm playing on 42.8.1." It best place for my tuber is there. But you can see it based on the time anyways. Just figured quell that argument right now. There we go. So far we've caught a total of 3 fish. I have no idea what that means, but I like frogs. What does pilled mean? Is that new language? Because pill is not a verb. But you died before you can butcher it? No, I don't ever butcher frogs. Frogs are my friends. I would never butcher a frog. I would starve to death in the game before I eat a frog. And I don't judge people for eating frogs. If they have to eat frogs to survive in Zomboid, I mean, you got into a situation that I would hope to never wish upon anyone, I guess. If for some reason you think frogs are going to give you what you need, and you know, because they're not even the best choice for calorie gains or food in general. They're just not good, in my opinion, even from an objective standpoint, without thinking the initial thought of frogs are friends, not food, you know? Without thinking that and looking at it objectively, well, they're not good enough for calories. They're good, maybe good enough, but not like fish, which will get you calories or other stuff. Yeah, they're not. It's like eating berries, kind of, or mushrooms. Like, I mean, they'll sustain you, but you're not looking for calories at that point. You're just looking for sustenance. Which, like I said, there's better choices in the winter. Even we've got so many different choices for berries, mushrooms. You can get tons and tons of fish. There's butter. There's rabbits. There's so many different ways to get food. Why would you bother eating frogs? You know. You expected it to run away? No, frogs are chill. They stay near you because they think you're your friend, right? They trust you, and then you eat them? No. Don't eat the frogs. Frogs are friends, not food. But once again, if you have to, like if you feel like you need to, like okay, well I mean you do what you need to survive. But I'm not gonna. Because I don't need to. Did that little node go away? Or is it still here and I just can't see it because of the sheen of the water? I don't like the idea of fishing this close to shore. It ate you? The frog? It ate you. Reminds me of that meme of the attacking frog where it's like attacks the camera. It is really cool. Emma sends that to me sometimes. Because if there's anyone on Earth that likes frogs more than I do, it's Emma, for sure. Emma loves frogs. They're like Emma's favorite. I like frogs, though. I think they're cool. One more fish, please. You made a bad choice to walk through the cornfield with a cold? How did you get a cold? You're just not taking care of yourself. Just get common mallow. Get like 7 to 10 of it and eat the common mallow. If you eat a bunch of common mallow, it'll cure your cold. Alternatively, though, you can just go inside, make sure your character's sated, check off all the tick boxes of being cold, you know, and there you go. You'll get rid of your cold that way too. Having a cold is not too bad. The helicopter trapped you on the coast. How? I think people misunderstand sometimes how powerful the helicopter is, and like it is strong, don't get me wrong, but it doesn't trap you anywhere. You're not trapped. You think you're trapped. You trapped yourself, essentially. But you're not trapped. You can go anywhere in the map, you know. There's no limitations, right? The limitations you are self-imposing on yourself. You know that, like, yeah, so that's a farm. It's a farm barn, isn't it? That's like, yeah, so you had your helicopter over there and the zombies pushed you down the coast a bit, down the Ohio River. Is that what happened? That area is safe after a few hundred kills, usually. You just need to clear out some of it. You can never make any headway towards the building. Is that because you had the helicopter right on top of it? Rule 1 of the helicopter is don't bring it to your base. Like, it's one thing if you accidentally have a helicopter at your base, but in the rat race, there is only one helicopter, and it happens between day, what is it, day 9 and, or day 6 and day 11? No, I can't remember. It happens once. So you plan around that, and then just make sure that after that point, that you're good. Is it 6 to 9? I know that the often helicopter spawn is between 6 and 11, though. So if you have your helicopter set to often, every 6 to 11 days the helicopter shows up. Just board up your windows. How did you get the nails? And hide in the closet. That's actually a misconception. The helicopter still can see you even if you think it can't. It will fly over you, over your location, even though it says in the debug menu that it doesn't know where you are. It picks a player. This is in multiplayer, for example, though. It picks a player at random in multiplayer. In single player, you're the only player it can choose. So it'll fly over you regardless of if you're inside or if you're in the forest. It'll fly over you. And then, but it's weird because it says in the console that it for certain things like deep forest and being inside, if you haven't gone outside, that the helicopter doesn't know where you are. But that's kind of a lie because it still flies over you, creating sound. And in the rat race, for example, it flying over you and creating sound on a like 700 to 1,000 tile radius is pretty bad. I wonder if the helicopter can trigger that stutter as well. That's something I forgot to mention to Rhett. But 1 second. So I'm gonna catch this fish and then I'm just gonna send Rhett a boop real quick just so that because I gotta remember. There's a fish. There we go. So you can see right now why I don't believe in the fishing problems that folks are having, right? Like I just it can be hard to believe it. I'm not having the same problem, so it's difficult to see that. I believe that they are having the issue though. It's just weird, I guess. I don't know. Once again, I can't like expect all data to be from one source, right? So I just like even just this and the last few fishing trips, but maybe my save is different. I don't know. I'd have to try it a few saves just to see. Okay, now would be our time to leave because we're at 81 scaling up and we have a mitt full of fish. So we'll be able to give ourselves that. So I'm going back to Moldron now. I feel like my point's been made sufficiently. Let's get some water before we leave though. Oh yeah, most of the liquid in this house has been drained except from this toilet and this bathtub. How much is left in the bathtub? 77 liters. Okay. Yeah, being inside though is kind of robs you a little bit of well, I guess not. Congrats. Push it to the limit. You've got this. It is a good workout song, though. All right. Okay, I'm gonna pause there for a second, refill my tea. So I'll be right back, and then we will continue. We're actually gonna go back and start sieging Muldra again. So hopefully we'll be able to push towards it. I'm hoping that we can get to Smokies. That's the big thing. Because once we get to Smokies, I can start pushing, taking over Smokies, and then we'll have an outpost in Muldra to start working our way through the remainder of Muldra, and then eventually Muldra's church is going to be my first outpost. Is that we actually do like the first outpost, like is the plan. Anyways, be right back. Okay. One second. Oh. See that? See what happened? The mouse made me, my character, veer off. Interesting. Have the key for this car? No. Which car is this the key for? This one. I got the keys though. Like, I mean. It's garbage, but I got the keys. So it's my garbage. Just nervous that you're gonna sneak behind me at one of these points and cause me problems. I just need to double check back at the other area. It's one of the benefits of PZ when you're playing this is you make sure your monitor's squeaky clean because the snow will show every single speck on your monitor. Every little itty bitty speck that could possibly be there, you'll see it. Oh, I gotta go drop off the bag. I forgot. That's where my fishbowl went. Have I long blunted a ton? I heard that they're really, really strong. Oh, do you mean... Oh, sorry, I read that as in general. You mean since 42.8? I heard that they got buffed. But I don't know. They're already one of the strongest weapons in the game. So... you know... when you buff one of the strongest weapons... there was a reason why I was using them in the last couple of playthroughs. Is they're really, really strong. Especially for muscle strength. That said, though, it doesn't matter at the end of the day. Overpowered or not, like, I mean... it's fine. The durability is crazy, yeah. Wouldn't surprise me. And same for the other one, the nuts and bolts bat. That one. Walked in the house with a bat and hit one on the arm, spun all over the hand, got stuck in a window. I'm confused. Did you get stuck in the window, or did they get stuck in the window? Like, are they there? The melee ragdoll physics aren't out yet, so I would assume that it's not No the Zombie. Okay, so then, because melee ragdoll physics are gonna come eventually. I hope it's not priority. But then again, it's one of those things where, once again, it could be different members of the team, and it just so happens that the person working on the ragdolls happens to have the free time to do so. Meanwhile, somebody else has got other balance changes to make, right? So flow changes to make to the crafting. Not balance. Ragdolls are fun and novel and interesting, but at the same time, I want to see progress. Which we've been seeing. I'm not saying that we don't, it's just that, you know. Do you play with a lot of mods? Because that sounds like mod stuff. She's a Genshin Impact crossover. I like Genshin Impact's soundtrack. I find that it's very peaceful and nice. I've never played Genshin Impact though. Well, I have, but not for very long. I played for like 20 minutes. It was like I seen the starting cutscene. I don't have any idea about anything. I was going to play more, but then I just never did. So like I seen the starting cutscene. I met Paimon, and that's all. Like, and I don't even really remember it all that well. I'd remember. I don't know. It was like a stuff. But anyways, I've listened to the soundtrack a few times, and the soundtrack's really good. 15 albums. Wouldn't surprise me if there was a lot, but I've listened to, and I've only added one of the Genshin songs, I think, to my list. Maybe there's 2 or 3, but I think there's only one. And I like them. They're nice. They have kind of a good quality to them. And I haven't got any reference for the game that side. Like, I put it in the poll a few times because Denu wanted me to play it, and I was like, okay, I'll put it in the poll, and it didn't get quite, it didn't get very many, not enough people were into the idea of me playing it, so I just never bothered. So I was like, okay. But I do want, I like the idea of playing it. Each region has its own music. Probably its own, style, too, right? Kind of like Guild Wars. But that's the thing, is it's like Guild Wars, right? It's an MMO, which means it takes a lot of time investment. And if I'm going to play something like that, I'm going to want it to be something that is, that everyone can enjoy together, right? It's kind of not an MMO? I thought it was. So it's not an MMO. I thought you could have, your friends play with you and stuff. Is that not the case? Can your friends not play with you? Is it single player? But you're not in a single world with everyone. Okay, so then, but it's still an MMO, right? You can still invite all your friends to come and play and stuff. So you play in your own world, okay. 3? Wait a second, is 3? The maximum of your friends is 3? That's not... Even, other games, it's it puts it up to a max of 4 or 5 or 6, you know? I mean, 3? Why 3? Genshin Impact players don't have friends. At least that's what the company is choosing to believe. So you can have 3 friends in your world. But I swear there was some sort of... Maybe I'm just... That's one of the selling points of the game, is that you can play with your friends, isn't it? You can only have 3 friends? Or a maximum of 3. Does the 3 include yourself? Maybe it's 3 added. Maybe it's so it's 4 total. Okay, so it's 4 total. Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, for some reason I thought it was 3 with you included, but no, it's 4 total. That's more sense. But still, that's still. So that game doesn't have raids? No raid content? It's just 4-player co-op is popular? Yeah, of course it is. But I'm just thinking that in terms of an MMO, when you reach the end tier of an MMO, usually there's raid content as end game, right? Which is usually increases the amount of people you can be with to like 15 or 30 or... There's just boss and material rooms. Okay, so it's like World of Warcraft if you took out the raids and just only kept in the like just dungeoning. And if you stripped it down so there's only 4 players allowed in the world at any given time. That's interesting. Why did they do it that way? That's why you don't consider a full MMO. So it's just an RPG then. It's an RPG co-op game. Okay, I was thinking the game completely different then. So it's different than what I thought it was. I thought it was like a Final Fantasy 14 or like Guild Wars 2 where, open world, everybody hangs out together. But I never made it that far in it anyway, so I wouldn't know, right? Like I said, I only played it for a very short time and then I had work or something to do. I can't remember what it was that pulled me away, but I played to the point where you meet Paimon and then that's it. That's as far as I got. I didn't even move out of the starting place like after that. I was like loaded it all up, had it all go, but yeah, so I didn't play technically. So I never played. It isn't like Tower of Fantasy? Wait, Final Fantasy? Wait, why are you calling it Tower of Fantasy? Is it... Is Final Fantasy just like Tower in the end game? Like just a tower where you have to battle? I'm learning a lot about other MMOs today. Because I played Final Fantasy 14 for a very short time. I didn't like the quests, though, all that much. And I wasn't really attached to the characters, so I was just like, eh. So I just stopped playing. Oh, it doesn't have anything to do with Final Fantasy 14? Okay. Different game. Yeah, my knowledge of MMORPGs is like World of Warcraft, Guild Wars, and then there's a handful of other ones. Like I played MapleStory for a short while. I know of Repels, and played a little bit of Mabinogi, and would you consider Guns an MMO? I never did EverQuest, but I like EverQuest. I think it's cool. I guess I did RuneScape as well. Any other MMOs I played? That's the thing. I don't know. I've played a lot of different games over time, but it always varies, right? Interesting to find out more info on Genshin, though, because I know that it's a gacha game, and that essentially, unless you play the gacha, you're not gonna get very much. Like in terms of like it would take you a long, long time to build up the same stuff as the gacha would give you. And even if you play the gacha, that it's not gonna give you very much. I remember that. And because I remember I played Mabinogi. Mabinogi also has similar gacha systems in place to give you rare items. And if you actually play the game, it's a little bit harder to get those items. But that said, I don't know very much outside of those things. I heard the cutscenes are really nice, though. Well, I figured they give you free events similar to any other MMO, but if it's not an MMO, then maybe that's not true. MMO have events. So you'd get like free upgraded heroes from that, right? Or do you have to play the event all the way through in order to get that stuff? Seems likely that that's how that would go. Yeah, I gotta go back. If you're not into co-op, PvP, or silly games, and you just want to play PvE, I get it. Depends on the event game. Guild Wars 2 is like that as well. If you want to do your dailies, sometimes it forces you into PvP scenarios, and it's really obnoxious. Like you have to play like the activity of the day, and it's usually PvP. I didn't like that stuff. Not so much for the not liking PvP, because I don't mind PvP. It's just that often those PvP events sucked. They weren't very well, like the activity PvP just wasn't good. You could join it halfway through, and it wasn't a really. It's like it wasn't balanced at all. There was no balance involved. It just so it wasn't fun. Yeah, battlegrounds are fun. I enjoyed doing the battlegrounds for World of Warcraft. And then gotcha witches. Okay, interesting. And wishes are their gotcha system, I would assume, right? So you get extra gotcha wishes. Do they actually call them gotcha wishes, or are they just wishes? Probably just wishes. Here we go. Thank you. What? What the heck? It what? Oh, I guess some Baneful must have kept sub going, sort of thing, and it didn't say it in chat, but it's like, here we go, randomly. I don't know if I like that though, because it's weird and it's calling out lurkers, and I'm not keen on that. I might disable that completely. I haven't decided really, but that's not good. I don't like when lurkers get called out. Yeah, I reset, but you didn't share, but it called you out anyways. That's silly. I don't like when lurkers get called out, so that feature is gonna be gone here in the near future. I'm gonna shut that off. It's good to have goals and stuff, but I don't want the goals calling people out by name and all that. That's not cool. I'm gonna put it back to what it was before. It was it just showed totals, like totals of everything. So, put subs. Or I wonder if I could do it now. I'm bad at this menu though, really. How do I make it go away? There. And there. Yeah, I don't like to call out lurkers, and I'm sorry that it called you out, by the way. I'm sorry it called you out. There you go. Hopefully that doesn't happen in the future. If it does, I'm getting rid of the goals altogether. I don't want lurkers to feel like they can, you know, that they have to, they can keep lurking. Well, don't call out the lurkers. That's not appropriate. Because it would be awkward if it's the same for me sometimes when I'm in a stream and hanging out, and sometimes that like my stuff will go off, and then or I'll do that sort of thing. Like I just want to enjoy, and I can't really talk because maybe I'm busy, right? Like I'm busy doing chores, or I'm like that I have to get done so that things are tidy, or I'm busy doing like my laundry, or I'm busy doing like paperwork for work. Like I mean, if I'm doing any of those things, I can't like I my responses will be short, and and or I might not respond at all, right? Because I'm busy living the life, right? And doing the life stuff. So it's awkward when those kinds of things happen. It's like or maybe I'm spending time with Emma, and like you know that's important as well. And upkeeping multiple conversations can be difficult. Yell at them and demand T3 subs. I know that there are some people like that exist. I I, I don't like the idea of like because some people will do that and they'll go above their means, and I don't want people to ever feel like they have to go above their means. If you have extra that you can help with, that's nice, and I do appreciate it. But don't ever put yourself into debts or, you know, go to like take care of home first. Then you help other people. I don't want people to be indebted to me because of me. That's not good. I want people to all feel okay and be okay. Yeah, I don't know. Some people are like that though. I've seen that before. It's like and they get really over the top, and sometimes they're really hype, and it works. It gets people hyped. But that said, it's not me. And I know that. And I know upkeeping that level of energy for a very, very long time would be nearly impossible. If you try to keep up that level of energy for extended periods of time, you're going to wear yourself out. Even if you have like a ridiculously large energy pool. Like I do have a large energy pool to draw from. Usually my energy pools is quite substantial. So it ends up being that I can do, you know, 17-hour plus streams like back to back and not really feel too much about it. It's just the, you know, of course I'm not so bombastic either, so that's part of it. Yeah, some people are built for it, but they aren't built to go for like you won't see those streams of people being that level of energy for like 20 hours straight. They would have naps, breaks, AFKs where they go and like for an hour and recoup a bit. Or it would be like once and then they would take a break for a few days. Because it's way too hard to keep up that level of energy for extended periods of time. And I mean like the uber hype kind of deal. Like, I mean like way high energy. Usually a lot of those folks, though, draw their energy from other people, so they're able to, so long as they keep enough people around, they can keep going for a while, sometimes. But it has to be the right kind of people to keep their energy going. That's the trick to that. Yeah, exactly. Most of them have a full-time job, and then this is that the little bit of extra in their day that kind of is fun. And that's good that they have that. It's important. Oh, I need to rest. I was like, why am I so tired? Why indeed. Yeah, at least it happened to Baneful, which is some, you know, somebody who, like he said, he doesn't mind. They are happy to be a lurker, but they're happy to be called out. Well, not happy maybe, but, you know, not upset about it. Yeah, being test subject, indeed. You did it. There won't be cake. Because the cake was a lie, I'm sorry. Yeah, I still might give Genshin a try at some point in the future. It seems like a game I'd like in terms of its aesthetics. I like the games aesthetically. And it's just, we'll see. Maybe I'll get Emma to play it with me. What's stuck in you? Fake knives can't be smelted down. There's no way on Earth that was a carving for. Fall down, please. With the weird fall down animation, go. There we go. Okay. I need to rest. Where did all 5 of you come from? 6. There were 6 there. Yeah, it's one of those things where definitely the stumble animation is causing some issues, like that new stumble animation. Now, I've heard people attributing it to ragdolls. It has nothing to do with ragdolls. They're separate. They're not the same thing at all. It's like they're different mechanics in the game. You wouldn't blame eating on, right? Like the eating, you wouldn't blame eating on the down attack, right? They're different mechanics. Same as the ragdolls. They're different mechanics. They're not the same. Okay, I need to run and find out if, because I thought I seen a knife or a sword or something in one of those zombies. Might be mistaken though. And it was in this group here. Wasn't it? I have intentions of leveling everything. At some point in the future, we will be doing all that other stuff. But for right now, I don't need to think about it. Oh, there we go. I knew I seen a scrap metal sword somewhere. The last one had a munch that looked like a machete. I mean, it happens sometimes. Sometimes they seem like they have like lots. Like it's all extra. But sometimes it looks like a machete and it's not. It ends up being like I don't know, the letter opener is still the biggest offender of looking like a kitchen knife for me. Very frequently I used to think like I used to get mad about letter openers. Now I don't because you can smelt them down, but before it used to be I don't ever the bread knife is too distinct. It doesn't really look like any of the other weapons. Maybe the occasionally you'd mistake it for a machete, but especially not now that a lot of the blades are different colors. You looked at like the broad end before you killed it. No, no, no. I never ever seen that like that. because there was lots of different ways you can look at a bread knife to see if it's a bread knife versus if it was a machete. So the placement in the body was one way, because if it was in very particular locations, it was more likely to be a bread knife. Also, that the bread knife was like a serrated blade, while the machete was much more curved. And then finally, the rivets in the handle were a big giveaway for bread knives. So I never ever really like. Occasionally, I'd get the one would fool me, but it's very seldom did I ever find that. I found that the letter opener used to make me more mad before, because it'd be like, ah, oh, cool, another kitchen. Never mind, it's a letter opener. That said, though, I don't mind it now because we can smelt them down. So both of them are great because you can smelt them down. And those bread knives that you used to be like angry about that were machetes, well, okay, now collect like 4 of them, smelt them down, and make a machete. There you go. You got a machete out of the bread knives. So there's no none of that anymore. People can start feeling pretty good about themselves. It's not as bad as it once was. I still got, yeah, berries. Nice. I'll kill them over here. We have lots of friends. Yeah, we do. But it's controlled. Controlled group. So even now, we're taking what I feel is necessary, and then whatever else comes out of the woods can follow us, and then we'll just sort of slowly piecemeal this group apart until eventually we can push forward. It works way better than you expected. Even on regular hearing zombies, it's really good. But they aren't the be all and end all. They are good. You can work without them. It is possible to kind of just, but they make things a little bit easier in terms of control. Like in our previous playthrough, we had 5 of them. This playthrough, we only have 1. But with 5, you're able to control a larger area, which is what we were doing in Riverside. I was pushing against the Riverside gated community. So having the extra watch bags is useful. This time, though, we're just pushing towards Moldraw's core on the far side. Moldraw's an easier approach than Riverside in terms of angle, because we're only going to be coming from the north section. We could come from the southern section. It's a bad idea to come from the west, but you can, and I guess technically you can come from the east too. It's just when you think about the orientation of Moldraw. Moldraw is a vertical town, right? It's a town that's along the road vertically. So if you come at Moldraw from the east, or you come at Moldraw from the west, you see you're dealing with a lot more in terms of totals than you would have to deal from the north, right? Or the south. Now, in saying that, though, we did have a house alarm over here that probably pulled quite a lot of Moldraw up. So more than likely, this area is much more volatile than I'm thinking it is. But we'll just take it slow, and if it gets too scary, we'll back off. Ooh, a fighting knife. Fighting knife's good. It's essentially my excitement of finding a hunting knife in like previous. Have a bit of a rest so that we're a little bit better off. All right, zombies, calm down. Okay, no, just leave them there. Let's go get a nap in. Oh, It's a cloudy day. That sucks. Here you. Nice. Ginger root. Maybe I should just make them all really quick and make some more knives. We already require sleep again, which is not a huge surprise. I should have left that on my back. It does weigh a lot though, so like it's not... Wait, it weighs 4.2 now. I mean, you wouldn't be using it as a weapon, but, you know. Still, that's a lot. Like, I'm using the fighting knife, though, as a maul right now because the animation... It's just linked to it being in your inventory. It doesn't actually use it. Just keeping another eye out for another one, if there is another one. Doesn't seem to be offhand at the moment.
Hey!
Actually. Actually. Oh, it requires a whetstone. Why can't I make that on the go? I mean, technically I still can. I need to go and grab 2 rocks. But... nah, too much work. Wait, what? Isn't it? It's like November still. I guess it's still it still counts as. But it's -13. How did this? This lettuce just kind of just chilling in -13. I need to forage up there. Still not quite enough. Need a bit more. This is just a gross jar of food. What time is it? Is this? I don't know. It's not fully stuttery yet, but it is getting there. Like you can see it every other attack. Not right away, but so it is like starts at around now, I guess, maybe. It doesn't happen right away after the fast forward too, which is the strange part. And then it starts happening now, like right now, for instance. So if we run away from the zombie, fast forward a little bit, it stops being stuttery for a second or two. So we fast forwarded. No, maybe that's just me. No, I think that's just me. Maybe I just think it's... Okay, let's do that. I see another lettuce. I'm just gonna eat on its own. I think I can do one more pull. At least, maybe two. Probably only one though, due to the weather. Yeah, we need to restart the game. The game's unhappy. I wonder what's causing that. Strange lag. Yeah, we'll head back, we'll have a sleep, and then we'll restart. Happy December 1st. Okay, let's restart. Come on, Zomboid. There you go. Okay, while Zomboid loads back up, I will BRB. Okay. Oh, hello. Nice to meet you. Thank you very much for the raid. We very much appreciate. Hopefully you're having a good day. I assume that you're like, you like Pokemon? It says that you were playing 7 Days to Die. Are you having fun? How goes your run? And if you need to self-care, make sure to take care of yourself. Hello. How goes the stream? It's been going pretty good. I'm making progress. Slow but sure. Trying to make sure that I can get myself some food here in a moment. That's why I'm foraging. Hopefully you're having a good day, though. Today was fun? That's good. I'm glad. It is good to have a good stream. So then it was right and you were playing 7 days then? Because sometimes that thing is wrong. You're playing the finals. Okay, that's a game Emma likes. Oh wow, we're oh, I'm carrying around seven chipstones. Ah, but I don't want to leave behind the items. Okay, 1 second. Well, hopefully you had some good games. Let's see what these here. No. No. Nope. Okay, let's continue. I haven't really looked at the finals very much. It's one of those games that I kind of, it's a BR, right? It's a battle royale or something like that? Kind of like Apex Legends or any of those kinds of games? I'm not sure. But it can get intense, so it's not a BR? What is it classified as then? Like what kind of game? It's a shooter? I think it's a shooter, right? That we can... Don't know. It looked like a BR to me when I was looking at footage of it. So maybe... Because it's PvP and team-based. You get little cash bosses and you need to get them to extraction points. Okay, so it's kind of like capture the flag? Neat. That makes more sense to me why Emma likes it now. If it's like capture the flag. Because Emma likes stuff like that, like Payday and, you know, where you have to deliver stuff. Like, a little bit more context. I just thought it was a BR. So, I'm glad to have that sort of broadened a little bit. Played over multiple lands where teams take turns defending and okay, so it's like capture the flag, but like like Counter-Strike, right? Kind of Counter-Strike sword song and dance where you teams back and forth between the objective, one team defends, so, or like Rainbow Six Siege, kind of like that. I was always nervous about Rainbow Six Siege. It seems so tough, like so difficult. And I like those kinds of games. It just seemed that I would probably not. I never ended up trying Rainbow Six Siege. In that same way as I've been invited to play the finals, and I just like with friends and stuff, and they're just like, I just haven't done it ever. It's I thought it was a BR. I suppose that's my bad then. You can get the cash boxes and take it to a cash box. The box needs to be timed to extract, so you need to defend it so the other teams don't steal it. Okay. So, but other teams can steal it and take it to their drop, right? So it's still capture the flag, kinda, but more like what's it called? What's that one game? The Dark Zones of the Division, kind of, is what it sounds like. Where you need to get resources to a point, but people can steal it from you if you don't wait out the timer properly. So kind of like that PvP-esque sort of. It's neat. It's probably got its own spin that's pretty fun. Definitely changes my perspective on it a little bit though, so I might be more inclined to play it than previously. Cause I before thought it was just a BR. So like I just was like it's a BR game kind of sort of. So I'd be more inclined to play it now than previously. It's just the reason why I don't play BRs is because I find them kind of boring. They're same old, same old. Get to the center of blah blah blah. You know, survive. My favorite parts of a BR is the positional awareness game, and then outplaying the other players. So I'll keep an eye on the kill feed. Sort of, you can kind of gauge where people are going to be, and then it becomes a game of whose positional awareness is better than and so on and so forth. That's my favorite part of the BRs. But that said, it's basically BRs became very samey. Like they're the same game over and over and over again. So it just kind of I lost interest in that genre as a result. Yeah, it's more fun. All right, well, I'll have a look at it at some point in the future, I guess. I didn't think that I would. I know. Sure, I write it down. Because I've got that one, I've got Bloodstone Rising, and I've got what else is on my list? Oh, look, it's Attic. Hi, Attic. Thank you very much for the raid. Go. But just it could be interesting. I'll have to give a look at it. Hopefully you had fun with whatever you were up to. It's goodness gracious. It said there's a list of things for what it said you did last, which is it's a raid and run. Oh yeah, you got Leon stuff to go do. All right, well, see you, Attic. Do my little intro-y thing for the other folks. Yes, indeed. Oh, I forgot I was foraging for food. Was like foraging for my breakfast, and I got distracted by killing zombies and talking about different genres of video games and trying to understand what the finals is. And by the way, if you need self care as well, make sure to take it. Stretch, rest, etc. It's important. We're struggling a little. Self-inflicted struggling though. I need to be foraging in different locations, and I'm kind of just like, look how many chipstones. Goodness, we're not doing the stones. um, yeah, I understand. Enjoy your meal, and I will see you around. I am sure. Sorry, I've been fighting sneezing for like a little bit. It's like back and forth. Am I gonna sneeze? Am I not gonna sneeze? It's the worst. I prefer just sneeze and get it over with kind of deal. I like to be sitting there on the edge of sneezing and like, this sucks. I'm surprised berries focus hasn't gotten me any berries. Could be though that I'm looking in the wrong spots. If we change to no luck on the food front so far. There we go. Come on, berries. Metal scrap, really. Chipstone. The amount of chipstones we're finding is kind of crazy, which is nice. I like that. That's good. A little bit more food would be nice, but that's kind of on me a little bit. I think we're too close to the road. What if we unfocus? At this rate, we're going to be back at the Spiffos, which I mean is fine, I guess. Hello. Good afternoon. Yeah, we're not having any luck forging on this side either. I think I'm just going to run to that field beside the Spiffos real quick. Kind of the weather, though, that's doing it for the most part, because this weather is just terrible. Yeah, see, look at that. Minus 44% for weather effects. Minus 25% for darkness effects. We're looking at like a minus... We get a plus 35 for stones, but we just don't get enough bonus to give us good foraging right now because of the weather. I might as well just go inside. There's no reason to forage at the moment. It's just not worth it because of the weather being so absolutely terrible. And it being afternoon. I suppose I could do carving while I'm waiting. Why not? And now they just follow over normally. It sounds like it was a broken interaction caused by mod, is what it sounds like. Because I don't know if they're supposed to do that. There is no melee ragdoll at the moment. It's just not in the game. Not yet, anyways. But, maybe you triggered some of the gunfire stuff with melee somehow? I don't know. Yeah. Is it still bad foraging? Yeah, it's still minus 44% because of weather. Why is the weather bonus so terrible? Can I nullify that with the umbrella? Because the umbrella is a way to nullify some weather stuff. Let's see. No, still minus 25% of weather effect. Cloudy days suck. The umbrella does something, doesn't it? I can't remember. It nullifies some bonus. I don't remember which bonus from foraging it nullifies. I remember it being somewhat important. I have a flashlight and I was gonna try that next. But my flashlight's not on me. Shotgun shells? Really? Really, game? Game's teasing me now. You have only used them as emergency spears? Yeah, no, they have a one effect apparently, and that is to nullify some of the weather effects during foraging. Yeah, it keeps you from getting wet as well, like harshly. Like it's like a poncho. You still get a little bit wet, but less. I thought for sure foraging for berries would be the best call, but it would seem like foraging for fruit might be a better call here. Because I'm getting a lot more cherries and berries than I am, or sorry, cherries and grapefruit and limes than I am receiving berries for whatever reason. Yeah, see, look. Just gonna quickly dump these chipstone on the road because I just can't be bothered carrying them. It's just too many. Yeah, no, I know winter's good for fruit, but it's also good for berries. It's good for winter berries and beauty berries. They're like the best. They grow during winter. Tons. It was nerfed in build 42. I don't really see it being that nerfed, to be quite honest. Because fruit, so like I still get fruit all winter long, and even past winter. You get some fruits during the more apples and oranges during summers and such. But it's like look at this. We're already up to. What I don't understand is lemon is a seasoning, but it doesn't count it as a fruit. This is the weirdest salad ever. Okay, I'm gonna return to what I was doing. All I know is that foraging is better than it's ever been because of quantity. The amount of things you find now is ridiculous. So because of that, so because the quantity of the items has been increased, you level your foraging even faster than before. So you'll be hitting the higher levels of foraging a lot quicker, and as a result, you'll be getting larger and larger pools of items, food, stones, etc. You're gonna get tons. They're like loads and loads. You'll miss finding massive melons? Well, that's where agriculture comes in, right? Or theoretically, where agriculture would come in. In theory, right? Right? Yeah? Once they fix it. Yeah, I know. I know. But in theory, you can see me being right there. It's like, you're right. That's not the case now, but I can see where that's right. Yeah. It is what it is, though, for now. I'm just gonna have to suffer. You want to raise an army of rats? I mean, you can do that. There's something called rat-pocalypse, though, that you need to be cautious of. Saber had to suffer rat-pocalypse. You can ask Saber about it. If you've ever... Saber. Just in case... Saber. Here. There. You can talk to Saber about the rat-pocalypse in Zomboid. Over 200 rats. And that's just the ones she could see. Saber very frequently plays like Final Fantasy 14 and a bunch of other games, but, you know, and his variety, but has played a large amount of Zomboid as well. I would assume it's still a thing. Although I keep my animals mostly under control. So if my animals ever get to the point where there's like 20 of them, I'm going to cull the majority. So that I can make sure that we're maintained. So I'd take a day or two to settle all the meat, you know, organize the bones, and then we'd be feeding on that for a couple of days. But... yeah, Saber was breeding the rats as pets. And then it just got out of control. It's one of the larger values of animals that I've ever heard, though. Between that, somebody at their farm, and then the person that took over the Ovo farm and just let it go. Which, I don't recommend. You've been wondering how to keep rats safe? Oh, it's really easy. You just put them in a room that they can't get out of. So, like, I've got my raccoons in a room they can't get out of. It's a room that has a closed door and then a fence covering the exit, kind of. Either that or you build them a cubby with a window as the entrance. But in theory, the raccoons can still get out of that. So don't use it to trap raccoons. But rats should get stuck in that. And then you just use the window as the door. But yeah, that's what I have going on. Essentially, what it is the door is here on this one here, right? And then I've got a fence here, Spiffo's wall there. So the fences, I climb over the fence, I open the door, and then I go inside. And if I notice the raccoons climbing over the fence, I pick them up and I bring them back in. It only happened one time, and actually, we've been closing the door ever since. It should be in the clips actually somewhere. Yeah, it's this one. They're escaping. That made my brain like shut off for a bit. Because I didn't process what was going on, because as far as I was aware, I didn't read in the patch notes that they turned that feature on at all. It wasn't in the notes as far as I seen. So I didn't think about it. And then it was happening. So it's like, you know what I mean? I knew about that existing, but yeah, I didn't know it was so my brain, you can watch the loading circle of my mind work. Yeah, exactly. Because that is indeed what happened. I was loading. And will they eat if you leave food around for them? Yes and no. So yes, they will, but you have to be in the area for them to eat the food that's on the ground. As far as I'm aware, that's how that works. I don't know for sure though, because I've never seen them do it. But that's what folks have told me, so that's what I believe for now, until proven otherwise by somebody else. But yes, you have to be in the area, so because that makes sense for a lot of PZ. Because the zombies can't do anything either unless you're in the area. Zombies are powerless without you. The player is required in order for most things to work. So a good example of that would be if they start trying to wreck your base, like, and you just run away. They can't keep smashing the wall because they they lose their animations when you're far enough away. So they have no animations. Yeah, they become just code that's floating there. Just gonna throw that there. Okay. I'll be right back just a second. I just need to grab something really quick. There we go. Apologies. Hair tie came loose, so I'm gonna grab another one. Didn't get it. Tried. Ooh. I want that though. Like much more than the screwdriver. Hello. Thank you very much for the raid. Very much appreciate. 1 second. There we go. Okay. Hello. There we go. Hopefully you're having a good day. I'm having a pretty good day. Making some progress. Doing some stoof. Doing the rat race, which is this right here. Rat race. There we go. Stream's going pretty good. I'm having a good day. How are you? What are you up to? Ah, interesting. It says you are playing Valorant and Sifu. Sifu's that is like a martial arts kind of game, isn't it? I think it's sort of like is it like an Elden Ring or like one of those kinds of games? Maybe you weren't playing those last, but that's what it says, which is strange. Yeah, see, sometimes it's wrong. It says it says that, but you were playing Helldivers. See, what a weird, strange thing. Huh? I wonder why it does that. Anyways, I do very much appreciate the raid. Hopefully you had a good stream. My little intro thing, and then we'll continue on. Alrighty, and that's my little intro. Okay, and currently we're playing Rat Race, which is a 1 million, 3 objectives, 1 million kills, perfect character, and 13 points of interest secured across the map, which is kind of fun. You know, on build 42, we're on 42.8.1, so yeah, it's really cool. But if you need to self-care as well, make sure to self-care, like you know, like get yourself some food, some rest, etc. You're a big fan of Peasy. Oh, cool, nifty. It is really fun. I hope if you're not playing it already, I hope you get into it because it's a really good time. Even if you weren't to jump into build 42, jumping in build 41 is really good. Just go. Good to go. You saw my stream, PZ in intro. Oh, you like my intro? I like it because I made it that way so that it could be the same every time. Every time I introduce myself to folks, I wanted it to be the same. So that's why it is the way that it is. It takes a little bit of stress off of me, and lets it be the same for every time, right? Less anxiousness that way. There we go, finally. I'm a little regretful I stabbed him once, so... But nope, his clothes are intact. Heck yeah. Yoink. Give me those, you can have these. Yes, pristine brand new clothes, just in case I need them. Okay, I'll put these here. Those are like... It's not easy to get those during the apocalypse at the moment. It's like 1 out of every 500 zombies has a pair of clothes like that. And if you're not paying attention, you'll damage them. So it's like, not so good. Okay, I need to back off, actually, because we're tired. So kill these 3 over here. And then we'll go have a nap. In-game. Nope, I'm done. I'm backing off. If they want to chase me, they can, but they'll stop prior to actually making it to where I sleep, hopefully.
Hey!
Do I think we're gonna get to Smokies today? Maybe. It might be possible. Still quite a lot on the road, though, as to be expected. I wonder how many are in the North Forest. Probably a lot. That's what I would guess, anyways. Still getting rested. Every time it's another knife, another knife. Yeah, we're good. All right, another round. Let's go. There goes. Are you having a good day? Sneezed. Sorry. Chess. My day's been going pretty good so far. Stream's going well. We're making progress. Gradually working our way towards what inevitably will be our smoky outpost. Hopefully. Fingers crossed, all things considered, I think it will happen. Do need to keep slowly making progress, though. Did we rest already? We did. Might as well go. I should be able to clean this up. Yeah. And then we'll push downward from Smokies once we're there. Towards the rest of McCoy and Muldrow. I should have done this ages ago. I turned it one tick down too low. I need to put it back up by one. Because now it sounds like I gave my character hard of hearing. That's better. Okay, let's run away. Get our nap then. Also gotta get dinner in game. How's our weight doing? Still doing good. Just gonna quickly drop this in you. Just need a little bit more food. Not much, just a bit more. Oh, cool. There we are. Problem solved. So I need to find something to do for 4 in-game hours that doesn't require me to be anywhere near anything. So I'm gonna do some weapon crafting, I guess. Or what else is here to craft with? There's 11 flakes. Wait till 22. There we go, nap time. Jeez, really? Tier 3 wind. That's a lot of wind. Could you just imagine a tornado running down that way? there's quite a lot of wind. Just random wine glass. Okay, good enough for now. I like this one's outfit. Oh, cool. Nice and strong. Mm.
Hey!
How many? Oh, not many. Okay. Back off for a sec. Rest. Recoup. Clear it. Not too many to go. On that stretch, anyways. There's still zombies in the trailer park. Because they're coming out of the trailer park. Why? Okay. I didn't leave any behind, you know? No. We got about another 1 to 2 pulls left before we have to go and get some more food and some more water. Yeesh. Trying to get that down attack off. Did you get bit? What do you mean? No. Why? Just Moodles? If you're looking at the Moodles, it's the red arm. Oh, that's just muscle strain. Don't worry about that. I mean, it's just muscle strain. See? If I were to open this up, it would say muscle strain here, right? See? So it's just warning me about muscle strain. It's the same. It's the same as this menu. That it's just smaller. That's all. The only difference. I like it because it's compressed. That's all. That's why we and so that if people ask about traits and stuff, I can pull this up, but that's still there, right? And I don't have to move it. It's locked in place. If I click on this part of the screen, though, it does it'll open up that, oh, you have no wounds. But that if I were to like try to like this, like turn for the nimble stance, and I click on this by accident, it actually obscures that part of the screen. But yeah, you like it because it's short? I mean, it's a little bit smaller than right? And actually, it has two avatars, so it has this one and it has the female avatar as well. Just like I think this one has that too, right? But then it's just smaller. That's all. Less screen space, right? Why short blade? Because I like short blades. They're my favorite weapon. You'll see me use any weapon though. I don't have a preference in terms of weapon usage. It's just I like short blades best. So. And this time I was like, you know what? We used axes for a while, and I was like, you know what? I kind of miss short blade, so I was like, let's level short blade. And now it's come to a point where I'm like, all right, well, let's just level short blade to 10, and then after short blade's 10, we'll do something else, I guess. Maybe we'll see. Probably axes next, I guess, because I've got axes fairly like it's already level 4, going into level 5, or maybe we'll do spear. I haven't decided yet, but. It has a female version? I'm pretty sure it does. We can check it here in a second if you want. Give me 1 second to tuck my character into bed, and then we'll do a little check. Or actually, before we do that, let's make sure that it's a little bit later. You haven't touched short blades? Short blades are one of the best weapons to learn the game with, in my opinion. The reason being is they have the lowest range. The best minimum distance. So as a result of having the best minimum distance, it gives you the best feel for how close to the zombies you can get. Okay, so... And while we're doing this, we might as well do a quick, or no, I restarted 2 hours. It's been 2 hours. Do I want to go all the way to desktop? Yeah, sure, why not? I mean, I've got lots of, I've got a goal today, so I want to make sure I hit. So we'll relaunch the game, and then I'll try making myself really quickly so that we can see. Every time I do that sneak one tap, I get bit. What? How? It's not how it. Usually, it kills the target that you. Anyways, it's here. We'll just go apocalypse really quick. Sure, Muldra, why not? Doesn't matter. And we'll make my cell. Oh, did I load the mod? I don't think I loaded the mod. Did I load the mod? I don't know. I might have. I hope I did. Did you die? No, I didn't die. I was showing to see if that You know that I didn't die. You were here. I don't think I loaded the mod. No. 1 second, I gotta load the mod. When I try to go for it, you miss. How do you miss? You can't miss that. If you activate the animation, it doesn't miss. That's not how that works. It's an animation that's where is it? Health. Mini. It doesn't miss. If you're meaning that you miss your attack and then you die, that's different. But the animation for the stealth kill doesn't miss. If you've activated properly. I'll show you here in a second, okay? I'll show you what I mean, because it's not something that's triggered by accident. It's something that you can intentionally trigger the stealth action. Same as you can intentionally trigger the crit action, the one shot. So see how it's slightly different? Slightly different. Slimmer build, right? Okay. You walked away to get water? Yeah, I was just showing that because you wanted to see, right? At least I think you wanted to see. So I was like, yeah. So that's the alternative. There's two, right? There's the male character and the female character. Okay, let's get rid of this because I don't need this. Alright, returning to the rat race. But yeah, right now we're playing Van Higgins. You know Van Higgins. Good old Van Higgins. Hero of Rosewood. He's in Muldra right now. And it'll be a long time before we trek over to Rosewood. Although we did walk past Rosewood. Alright, what was I doing? I can't remember. Oh yeah, I was gonna, well, here. First we'll sate our character and then I'll show you the stealth animations. Because like I said, it's not something you can trigger by accident, really, which is why I was confused. It's something that you intentionally trigger. It's not like the spear one. The spear one, you can totally trigger that one by accident if you don't know what triggers it in the first place. The spear animation for the jaw stab or for the spear stab activates if there's only one zombie. It's meaning that if there's a zombie over, let's say there's a zombie on these two tufts of grass, right? And you try to attack this one. You'll go for a spear stab even though there's a zombie here, and the zombie will be approaching you. In my opinion, and the spear stab should actually have the same parameters as the jaw stab, I feel, in my opinion. Currently, it does not. Currently, the spear stab actually can get you killed by you getting standing in place, killing this zombie when this zombie's gonna get you. That seems like poor design, and that it should be the way the jaw stab is, right? Because the jaw stab, you can't do that. If a zombie is here and coming at you, and you're here, you'll jaw stab this one only if this one is not within your periphery. Meaning that if you're looking away. However, if this one is directly aggroed to you, and you're here and try to jaw stab this one, instead of what happens, you push. Your character will push instead of doing the one-shot animation. So that's a built-in safety net for short blade users. Spear users deserve the same safety net, I believe. So, because why are they that jaw stab, or sorry, the spear stab is essentially built to kill the player. Like if you do it wrong, it's essentially built to kill the player. Because if you do it wrong, you die. That's what happens, right? And even if you do it right 9 times out of 10, there is still that small percentage chance that you do it right, you miss and you die. So like it's just, in my opinion, and by die I mean you take damage. And then, you know, standard rules of Zomboid apply. If you take damage, there's a chance you'll live, but it's like, it ranges based on the attack type. Hello. Hopefully you're having a good day. There's a few ways, but I'm carrying a bag, so it's a little bit harder to tell if I'm going to go for a jaw stab. Because so you can tell if the hand gets raised that your character may attempt a jaw stab if their damage is high enough. But it requires your damage to be high enough to kill the zombie. Otherwise, it won't work. That means low-level short blade won't work as well as high-level short blade, for example. Because it's not guaranteed to kill the zombie, so what'll happen instead is your character will stab. Like regular stab. Stab. Instead of jaw stab. But here, I'll show you an example. And then it all is based on like crit values and stuff like that as well too. So, but like I said, I will show off an example. I probably should eat first though. Your character will look down when they stab. Kind of. Like there's a couple of animation tells. Let's see. But fruits. There. But the big end of the day is you can have more than one zombie aggroed on you, kind of, with the jaw stab. It's just it's weird, to say the least, because if they're out of your periphery, they have to be like a certain distance away from you in order for you to be able to jaw stab. But yeah, I know that there are some people like Barry, for example, and a few other folks that really like spears. And although spears are not my favorite weapon, I do feel like there should be some balance there. It used to be that the spear was the best weapon in the game. Now, they're still really good, don't get me wrong. They are really, really good weapons. They're actually one of the few weapons that can actually kill a sizable group of zombies effectively, one-tapping them every single time. However... is that tofu? Is it rotten tofu? Yeah, it's rotten tofu. Darn it. I got excited that it was tofu, and I thought maybe it had no freshness. Anyways, that said, though, when you do one of the stab animations, most of the time you'll get a kill with it. There are some exceptions. And that includes with the jaw stab. If a fence is involved, the jaw stab can miss because what happens is the zombie goes over the fence. It in the game registers the zombie as down on the ground, so the jaw stab doesn't connect. Meaning that fighting with a knife by the fences is one of the most dangerous, however profitable ways to fight. The reason being is fighting with the screwdriver specifically, for example, screwdrivers have really, really high crit when doing down attacks. So that, you know, that makes it sound great for fence combat, right? But if you're fighting zombie one-on-one, there is a chance that you'll jaw stab, miss, they'll fence lunge, knock you over, and then it's a race. Do you get up before the zombie gets to you? Or do you know what I mean? It's a bit of a race. And if there's other zombies around, like I said just a second ago, if you fell over, it's a way that a lot of people can die. But yeah, here, we'll grab a couple of zombies and I'll show you an example. Because it's, like I said, it's not random. And it's almost guaranteed to kill. Okay, you two, come with me. Okay, I might have pulled them all. Yeah, I did. Okay, I need to... Okay, we need to set this up so that I can do this. Okay. So there should be a couple of zombies over there. Yeah. Get a rest in. Because exertion plays a role in this as well. Am I going to kill my character? No. Why would I do that? That's silly. I'm just going to show a good example of the jaw stab. That's all. So 3 zombies here. Let's pull you guys back over here just so that no other zombies interfere. Okay, let's just double check. Any other zombies around? No? Okay, here. So we'll jaw stab this one best we can. So... there we go. Executed. See? Very simple. So that's an example. So if you were to slow it down to frame by frame and watch every frame of that, you would see my character's hand kind of raise ever so slightly, but I'm carrying a bag, so you wouldn't really notice that. You can watch my character's face as a trigger for it as well. Also, in my head, I don't even look at the character anymore. I just count 1 and then about like a little bit after 1 second, go for it, and it should connect and then kill the zombie. If it doesn't, you'll attack the zombie regular or you'll push them. But that said, though, it's not something I rely on too heavily. It's just something that's fun to do with a handful of zombies around, is see a jaw stab every now and then. But yeah, I wouldn't just kill off my character for no reason. Not unless if I'm done with the playthrough, or if I got bit, I was already dead. Like there's a handful of reasons that I would, but it's unlikely that like, for example, for right now, I'm not in one of those situations. Okay. Okay, we're good. Let's go. You like my frog hat? I'm appreciative. I like that you're a stormtrooper. And I like to believe that you being drunk makes you a more accurate stormtrooper. Somehow. Somehow, that's all they needed, was a little bit to make them a little bit better at aiming. A little bit of stability. That's all. You need to share a bit of lore? Alright. Behind Drunk Stormtrooper or behind yourself? Because your name is Alan Dallas, right? Or is it Alan Dallas? I'm not sure. It could be either. Or either. But I thought it was Alan Dallas. It's like the tank. Hmm? Yeah, see, it's Al and Alice. See? So it is Al and Alice. Okay. Good. You know, it could be either. But it is the what you, yeah, so that makes sense. You took a guess too, it would seem. And they were shooting. Okay, fair. See, that's the thing about perspective is that you like because I could see both things right in there, and I was like, it could be one or the other. I never really knew for sure. Just one of them either or situations, or is it either or? Language is fun like that. Yeah, it said in the lore for Star Wars that the stormtroopers are actually really, really accurate. That they're supposed to be like really, really good at their jobs. See, that doesn't explain all the other scenes though, of the stormtroopers shooting and not being able to hit their targets. So it fits nicely for that particular instance, but like what about on the battlefield when they're fighting the droids and stuff and all you see is like bolts of light flying around and nobody getting hit? It's one of those things that was changed later. I do remember that being part of the lore, though, that they were actually supposed to be really, really good at shooting stuff. I think there's like dialogue about it and everything. I think we've got our straight shot now that that section's been dealt with. So this should be pretty much a clear path all the way to the next big bulk section, which would be the start of Muldra. There we go. Yeah, no, I know. I know you aren't joking. Why would you joke about niche Star Wars lore? I don't know. Seems like a strange thing to joke about. It should be still mostly clear all the way, like for now. Next big bulk zombie patch will be like on the next like section. That's true too. Could be that. But then you could make arguments that they were deflecting stuff with the Force, right? Maybe that's the whole thing the entire time. Maybe they were veering the bullets away. Doesn't make sense though for the non-force users. But at the end of the day, a suspension of disbelief needs to happen because otherwise you won't enjoy anything. Because that's the thing, right? We could nitpick this all day long, but if we don't suspend a little disbelief, you know, and just let it go, you won't get to enjoy it, right? And that goes for everything. The realism in video games or lack thereof. Like, there needs to be some enjoyment. Ooh, matchbook. Leave you in there. Yeah. I'm trying to see where the next batch of zombies are. Before we head back. It looks like we may have broken through to primary strip of Muldraw. Did they not have any heat map on any of this, or did that house alarm pull all the highway zombies? There's usually highway zombies. I'm surprised there are none right now. Strange. My favorite Kirby power? I don't know. It's been a very, very long time since I played any Kirby games. And also, which game do you mean? Because there's a lot of Kirby games. Whether you're thinking Smash Brothers or you're thinking Crystal Shards or any of those, the other ones that are on like handhelds and... I would need to see them in like a list. But very frequently I like powers that involve, it depends, I guess. There's, it depends. I'm not sure. Situational, like, it's very situational. Where are the zombies? There's no way I walk all the way up to Smokies. Where are the zombies? The yo-yo? Yo-yo's good, yeah. Where are the zombies? There's like a mitt full of zombies here. We basically walked all the way up to Smokies. I'm floored right now that there's only like a smidgen over there. Yeah, no, that is my point too, Barry. Is that I'm scared because I don't know where they are. Because there should be zombies here. There really should be. So the fact that there's not is a concern. But all the more power for us, because that means that if I can get to Smokies and like actually take it over, then we can siege the rest of Muldra really, really quickly. So if it's only like this small group of a few hundred, I don't mind that at all. And then we can take over Smokies. The reason why Smokies is really good is because there's a lake beside it. And it's a comfy little place. Like it's cozy. This is a good one. If I had my other backpack, I would be able to these are birthday zombies. Like party zombies, I mean. Yeah, that doesn't look like very much at all, which is huge. I think we clear Smokies and then we go see the rest of Muldra. Because if this is like to be believed, I think we're good. We'll be good to siege down and start Moldra's like assault. There's no way though that yeah, let's go indeed. I'm still like I'm a bit hesitant still because it's like you know like where are they kind of deal. Perhaps I shouldn't question it though for right now. The devs did edit the heat map for Muldra, so maybe did they really lighten that upper section by that much though? I don't expect it. Or did the house alarm on the upper corner pull all the zombies on the highway in the upper section of Muldra to the woods? And secretly there's like 1,000 to 5,000 zombies chilling in the woods to my north. Right? Because that could be an option as well. Because a house alarm did go off to the north. Which means that those zombies are still around, they're just not here. Hard to say, though. What I do know, though, is that we're going to need to grab my actual backpack as well, and as well as the watch bag, and we're going to need to bring that with us, and then we can start prepping the next outpost. And the Dixie outpost has served us well, but we won't be spending as much time there now. We'll be moving onward towards the next one. So, if I have nails somewhere, I should grab that box. I don't remember if I left them at Spiffo's or not, though. All in all, though, we could make a trip over to McCoy Estates, make some more nails. I have a decent amount of clay now, and a fair amount of metal to smelt with. I think we can smelt ourselves a golden fork and or spoon now as well. So we can start living that lavish life. I eat my meals with a golden spoon. And have golden keychains. Or silver keychains. Like Larry. We're very close to the next level of short blade as well. I'm tired, so I don't want to be dealing with too many at the moment. See, it's times like that where the stealth where the one-shot jaw stab comes in handy. Honestly, on this road, there wasn't that many. I'm a little surprised. Maybe they did go into the North Woods, though. Yeah, we won't know for a long time. Okay. Interesting. Why you be that way? Do you want me to ban you? Is that it? Is that what you're trying to do? This is Trump? How does Trump affect me? Okay, good, okay. How does that affect me, though? I'm Canadian. Law school break. Yeah, kind of. Isn't it funny? I think it's funny. So you're Trump. Can I ask you a question then, Mr. Trump? Oh, I'm not allowed to ask Mr. Trump a question. My bad. Kids. That's so funny. Yeah, that's great. You know, you can just say that swear word, right? Like, I mean, the fact that you're putting a space in there is not necessarily needed. I don't have a censor in my chat that blocks that. Just say the word. Like, put that together. Like, you don't need to. I don't like being crass like that myself, but like, I mean, if you're going to do it, then do it right. Like, seriously. Trying to avoid censors and stuff? Unless the auto mod blocked it immediately. Yeah, maybe it did. I don't know. I have no idea. But in the end, I'm amused, at the very least. So, you made me laugh. Kudos. Oh, there you go. See? Okay. Anyways. I'm not gonna ban them. Because that's what they want me to do. So I'm not gonna bother. One of my mods may come out of the shadows and ban them, but nah. What are they gonna do? But you know, they're harmless little guy. Anyways, so back to Zomboid. I still don't know where all those zombies would have went. They could have went anywhere. I want to look at my map. Come on. All right, let's have a nap so that we can look at our map properly. All right, let's move on. Yeah, I'm Canadian, by the way. So that's in case folks were confused. That's why that doesn't. Yeah, no frog. Okay, let's see. So we've seen zombies there, but that's it. I would assume there's gonna be zombies here. So let's see. Are we saying the Koreans are always stupid? I mean, no. But I'm gonna stop reading what you type now if you're going to be this way. All right, just so we're clear. Okay. Anyways, let's see. I think there should be zombies there, here. I know there's some zombies along this road. There's zombies here for sure. And there'll be zombies here. And I remember seeing zombies there when I went over there. So in theory, though, we should be dealing with, like, you know, lots of zombies all over Muldraw. Alright, good enough for now. Please let me in the country. Please let me in the country. Oh, I wish I could just give you. I wish I could just give you the pass. Like, come on over, all right? Like, I really wish I had that power to be like, yeah, all right, I can approve your documents. I mean, I can kind of maybe through work stuff, but it'd be very, very tedious and it would take much longer than you applying for a visa on your own. So I would advise you to do that. If you want to come to Canada, then you can look into it through a proper visa. And it'd be easier to do it that way. But yeah, if you were to try and do it through a work visa, it'd be a little bit more. It depends on the professions that you're going for, of course. But yeah, Canada's fairly open a lot of the time about that stuff, from what I understand. But I could be wrong. I don't know. I know quite a lot of folks that have visas though, and you know they seem to have acquired them with some amount of ease. From what I've heard, they said that it wasn't too difficult to get theirs, so I would assume that that's the case. So if you're really wanting to come to Canada, like, feel free, like, to go through channels, and I'm sure it's possible. Yeah.
You're amazing.
But yeah, I'm past the age of being goaded by children, so I'm just, I just whatever. Moving on. I need to start prepping my move. because it's starting to look like Mad Max. Is it really that bad in the States? I haven't really paid attention outside of the new like laws that keep getting pushed back. Did they pass any of those yet? As far as I've heard, they haven't. The new like tariffy stuff that's gonna affect trade. It just seems like those are all pretty bad ideas from what I've heard. But once again, I'm not trying to ask for politics. I'm just curious if those specific things have gone through. They've already gone through? Okay, well, that's interesting. I haven't been paying enough attention to that stuff because it's not something that directly affects my business at all. So, at least not at this time. No one wins in a yeah, no one does win in a trade war. And that's why I'm glad that for now my stuff doesn't involve that directly. Although in the future it may if I decide to go professional streamer. I probably should look into it more this year then because I haven't really gave that much thought. I just but then again, I always have fallback plans. So like I mean I'll just fall back on one of my fallback plans. Simple. Problem sort of solved mentally. Doesn't put me too much mental strain. There's still some things that I'm concerned about. Like I'm concerned that the paperwork's gonna take too much time. I hope not. But I'm in a good place other than that. So I'm hoping that things go good. But we'll see what happens with the States. If it really is on fire, I'm sorry for you guys. I hope it's not. Once again, I'm not asking for politics in the chat, so please don't post politics. I was asking a simple question about that other stuff. And I can go look into it myself later. Don't want anybody's political views or anything to be, because it can get quite heated. Yeah. It's not on fire? Okay, that's good then. My province soon will be. Literally, though, not figuratively. Literally on fire. Because it sucks. That's our natural disaster. We get to enjoy forest fires. Maybe a little. At least they're better at handling it than they have been in the past. Yeah, anyways, let's move on from political talk because I don't like, it can drive a wedge in the chat kind of thing. Yeah. And be awkward. I'm going to leave these knives here because I don't have a space for them at the moment. And I'm going to grab you and hopefully, actually, I want the whetstone and I want the ball peen hammer. That said, though, we have nails? We have 29 nails. Do I have more nails than that? I need to check my other bags because I need them in order to produce stuff. Appreciate the quick end of the conversation, by the way. You are appreciated. Let's just quickly where is this? 1 second. There we go. Oh, somebody messaged me. Okay, that's just sorry. I was just checking my messages because our DM Pepper messaged me, and for D&D on Sunday, so I want to make sure that that's good. Why do they put spaces in the words? I don't understand. Oh, see you. Have a nice day. That's weird, Jackler. Wonder why you... oh, that's strange. There you go, Jackler. Sorry, it's not that I don't have mods. I guess maybe... I don't know. I have mods. They exist. There we go. But, there we go. Just tell Pepper that'll do it. Yeah, we just have the... well... this, like that. You're surprised you didn't get kicked? I was going to do it, but then I was like, you know, that's what they want, and I'm not interested in giving them what they want. But, you bought a ticket to Seoul. Hi, Rat. Thank you very much for the raid. What did you find out in your testing? Shout out for Rat, because Rat is great and amazing, and everyone should follow Rat. Did you find out? Tell us the secrets of the universe. Random loud sound is 16 tiles, so multiply that by 3, and that's times 16, right? So 16 tiles, so it'd be like nearly the... not the whole player radius, though. Less than I thought. I need to stop running in headlong into battle here. 1 second. Drop that. Drop that. And drop that. But yeah, I wonder what happened with that there. Maybe it's because you were inactive for so long there, Jackler, is why it took the... I don't know. I didn't change it. You know I'm not the kind of person that changes things in that settings board. It just is the way that it is. I'm not sure. But hopefully you're having a good day. Yeah, no worries. You're good, Jackler. Yeah, Rhett's secretly working on physics for deers and turkeys. Do they not have physics? I kind of assumed that everything got physics, ragdoll physics, when they released it for the zombies. I thought that the animals would have it too. Do they not? That's a bit of a disappointment. I thought that they did. On the melee kill, so like they ragdoll over. See, now that I can get behind. That if they, instead of falling over like this, they fall over ragdoll style. That would be kind of cool. I can get behind that. Yeah, it's good that Rhett's managing to... oh. Dark keys. As for your as your I'll be eating sheep or fishing rags. Fishing rags would be your better choice because you can fish a ton of rags. Is there a faster way though? If you forage up, can you make sheets? Is sheets a craftable? But did you can you make sheets? Yes, with a roll of fabric. So roll of cotton fabric, which means that you would need cotton, which means you probably would need sheeps. Secrets of the universe. I have the key to this dart now, I think. There we go. I am the one slowing it down. I want to imagine you're like someone that is like like a Doctor Strange of the universe. And you're just like you got the cape and everything. Don't tell anyone. It's okay. We won't say a thing. Okay. Actually, my key might be for that one. We started in October, so that sounds awesome. I'm looking forward to that run actually progressing into something. If you can like manage to forage up some stuff, you need trash piles though. Where are you going for your trash piles? Because you need trash piles. You know you do. You're Rhett. You need trash piles. It's a requirement. You're not allowed to loot the zombies, but totally allowed to loot the trash piles. You're gonna wipe out Phallus and Dixie and then just okay, I got you. There should if you travel South Dixie, or sorry, not South Dixie, South Phallus, there's a decent amount of good animals over there. You probably can get some cows and some sheep real easy. I found my cows over here. Um, in this area. These two are really good. But there's a few places in Doe Valley that are really good for it. Secret 3. You're going into quantum sciences, and I'm amused. That is pretty fun. At no point did I ever expect to be reading Secrets of the Universe in my chat. Science is good, yeah. I like science too. Oh, you found 4 female sheeps. Come on, Higgins, you can make it. Poor Higgins. I make him work so hard. Like he travels across the map with the heaviest of things. Um, okay, let's drop that. Drop. And drop. Alright, let's get this first. Okay, which one of these is the heaviest, to be honest? This one's the heaviest, so this one definitely should. That one weighs 5, this one weighs 5. This one's the next heaviest. Just a matter of getting to wrapping 5? Yeah, so you can do the mall, right? Rhett's gonna go to the mall. If you need self-care, by the way, Rhett, grab your, grab your self-care. And then you can chat me up. Get me on another rant. About how things should be. Oh, you got pizza? I'm jealous. I don't have pizza. I'm thinking I might get a pizza today, though. Maybe. I don't know if I deserve it, though. We'll see. I need to double check. If I do deserve it, then I get a pizza. If not, then no. No pizza for me. A little book of things that I need to do to deserve a pizza. Go, go, go.
Hey!
Should be there. Get resting. I didn't actually. I wonder. I hope our D&D sessions are, because I like our D&D sessions. I hope they don't keep getting canceled. If that's the case, though, then maybe in the future we'll do, because I've got a list of names for D&D. Maybe we'll do another one that's like fresh. We'll see. Because it could be that Pepper wants to take a break from DMing as well. Because being the forever DM is tough. It's so much easier just to be a player and just to kind of go along with things and, you know, make decisions than having to write the story and make all the characters and set up these events that your players may or may not go towards. And I know that pain of all too well. The pain of the forever DM. Let's grab this knife. Okay, so there's more than none there. That's good. I was getting a little worried that there was gonna be none. But there's definitely more than none. That's also the initial amount though, so that's good. Left. There it is. Should be... Oh, here, we'll just recoup first. And the real reason why I carry this tent around with me all the time is so that we can sleep here if we want to. Because I did walk all the way over here and I'd rather not have to walk all the way back. Finally, I get to use the tent. There we go. Perfect. Get rid of the handle. I gotta pick up the scrap top. It's been an accident. Put that there. Yeesh. I just want to find anything to eat, but I also don't want to be foraging around in the dark like that. That sucks. Oh, here we go. Tier 3 cold. Please don't get colder. Please don't get colder. No. Okay, maybe we didn't get tier 3 cold. We're still very cold, though. Back. There we go. Probably a zombie. Or an animal. How many cherries are in this area? Look how many cherries. Everything's cherries. I can't make it cherry salad. Yes, it's because only the genes that are of a certain type can be cut. The other genes are not actually genes. Only genes can be cut, and short and long genes. The other ones are pretend genes. They're denim underscore genes or something like that. They're not real. They're pretend. They're not real genes. That's why. So you gotta be careful not to grab what is it? It's like gene underscore trousers or something like that. I can't remember what the exact wording of it is. But one of the genes is not genes. The jeans you want are the ones that are just called jeans. Or you can take the long denim shorts. Those count too. Uh, Long skirts, knee-length skirts, and short skirts also count. And something else that you can keep an eye out for would be long socks. And crop tops with arms. If you find crop tops with arms, those count as well. So, yeah, because you can cut them to be smaller. Because you're leveling tailoring, obviously, right? So these are the things you want to level with. That, and when you build up enough stuff, make these. You can make the improvised thingies, and those rip, and you can kind of like make cyclical amounts. But see, you can see all of these right here, right? Apparently the long sleeve t-shirts count and the long sleeve formals count as well. So if you want to start stockpiling those as well. But crop top, skirts of all kinds, and then you can see it here. Jeans, long shorts, denim. But like I said, the denim underscore jeans don't count. Those aren't real jeans. They're pretend. They're fake jeans. Don't be deceived. They're not part of the real fashion. But yeah, I would recommend if you're training tailoring, build up, just rip everything that isn't those, snip those for their extra rags, then rip them too, and make improvised clothing. And the improvised clothing is how you're gonna level now, because then you can rip up the improvised clothing, and once you rip it up, you'll get more ripped sheets, rinse, repeat. Everything's cherries. This whole place is cherries. The cherry land. I entered the land of cherries. Everything's a cherry tree. But I'm okay with that. Because I don't need to gain weight yet. But we will need to soon, so we'll be using the pond over beside, as soon as we can get access to Smokies. But I need to push towards Smokies yet. There we go. I see, I knew you'd come out and see me. You just forged a welding torch? I got one just a couple of days ago. Hopefully you find a mask. I hope you forge one up, or you managed to find one on a construction zombie. Good luck. Best of luck to you. Unless you already have a mask, to which then kudos. Congrats. You won welding. Because that's really the only thing that holds back welders, is getting that. Yeah. I have one, but it's like way back, and I'd have to go get it. I don't have a welding mask though, so it just doesn't matter. That's why it's not even in my mind right now. But I am glad that you found one. There's a handful of welding stuff that you can do without a mask, by the way. It all involves cars. Or at least it used to. Remember, once again, build 42. I think we ripped that biker's shirt off. Like their jacket. And then it fell off and into their inventory. Because I remember they had a leather jacket on. That's something that you can do that's a little jarring sometimes. Is if you damage a zombie's clothes enough, it'll change. Well, it doesn't change, it just gets destroyed. So. They keep coming in pairs. Alright, let's go see if we can't get ourselves a little bit more knives. Let's do just in case. Back over here and have a look. Ooh, knife. Let's go see. To 9,000-ish, which is not too bad. Wow, I'm getting distracted. I need to back off. We're so close to being able to push to Smokies, though, so I'm like, this is so close. But I know when I should back off, and this is one of them times. Kicked up again. So once again, I need to back off. Thankfully, though, we've only got like a mitt full of zombies to deal with at the moment. So hopefully, no. We're doing like super no damage right now. Oh, come on. There, finally. I'll drop these things. This. That. So over here is where we'll set up shop, I guess. We're like desperate for a sleep right now. Not quite deep enough though in the tiredness to need to get that sleep. So either pain needs to come down or tiredness needs to go up. Oh, there we are. Tiredness is high enough, or pain is low enough. Throw it on the back, and off we go. Let's go get us some food. Pine cone, chipstone, chipstone, cherry tree, pine cone. It's crazy. These cherries are actually have enough liquid in them to nearly sate my thirst. Does this rope back around and go straight to the path? I'm just trying to see if there's berries, because berries should be a higher priority here. This is a forest, right? So berries are rare, while fruit is less rare. Or it's supposed to be. But for some reason, it's been leaning very heavily towards... Yeah, see? We were finding tons and tons of cherries for fruit, but for some reason, berries are not common at the moment. Which is strange. Because there should be winter berries and beauty berries. It's winter. Yet if I change it back to fruits... Something's wrong with foraging. I mean, we already knew that, but... Because the foraging was crazy. Which is, I mean, it's not meant to be... Like, it's fine. But... Something's very wrong with that berries right now. Maybe it's just this area, though? Did I tap this particular area out, maybe? And that's why it's weird? Here, let's change it to berries again. Let's run back along the path over this way. Let's see if we can't hone in on some berries that are over here. Oh, 1 second, though. We gotta take off our mask. Yeah, what is with the fruit right now? Like, I'm even set to berries, and it's still cherries that are coming up. Are cherries a berry? What are you? It says search focus fruits. This is just the cherry biome, I guess. Oh, whatever. I'm not gonna forage anymore. We sated ourselves. We're good for now. I know they're fruits, but I was like, I'm set to berries focus right now. Because I changed it because I was like, I want to see if there's berries here. And still, I was able to find like 4 cherries back to back instead of berries. So I'm like, I don't know. It's weird. It is really, really weird over there in the cherries land. There's like, no joke, I found like maybe I want to say 40 cherries over there. Alright, zombie? Somebody's growing cherries over there in the corner. Don't know why. They are. They're berry-ish. The game's just like, you know what? We're gonna go with ish on this one. Like, the cherries, they're close enough. It's just, you gotten lots of them, but it's close enough. Cash crop? That's fair. Cherries are really good, though. Like, fresh cherries. Like, I don't think you've ever seen them in the wild. I mean, they had to have existed in the wild, right? Because how else would humans have gotten a hold of them? I mean, I suppose in theory we could have synthesized them, but... Almonds used to be wild too, but then humans got a hold of them. Contained arsenic. Interesting. Just gonna pick this up so I can drink it. Did I actually not drink? No, I did drink it. It's just there's not much left. Most of it. Still, it's non-lethal. No, it's filling up again. Darn it, Muldrow. Stop filling up my zombie area. Oh, I want to be established first before we start fighting, okay? It's filling up my little zombie pocket. It's not what I want. Not yet. How am I supposed to establish if you're going to fill it up every time? Okay. like them all, but sure. Yeah. The big reason why I'm keeping these knives is I can actually I can break the big knives into small knives. And can I manage to run in and get some water? Is that a doable feat? Or is it actually just too busy over here to do that? It's pretty barren over here at the moment. Let's go have a look over here. Okay. Let's go get a rest in over here. Okay. I'm gonna go back and get water. Because that's what my mind says to do. It says, go back and get water. You don't have enough. So we'll go back, we'll grab water, maybe get a little bit of food. How are we for... Ooh, we're down to 76. I might need to actually... But we're so close to Smokies! So close. I can fish here. It's so close. No, the smart play is to go all the way back to the cabin, and... As much as I don't want to, because it's like... The smart play is to go all the way back to the cabins, to chunk our fish up there, and so that's what I'm gonna do. But I don't want to as well. I want to. It's greed though. Greed will be the downfall if I try to stay and push with my weight being less than it needs to be. So we're going back to the main cabin. We'll chunk ourselves up and then we'll come back. We're so close. We probably can remove our pants as well. Currently, anyways. While we're making this run. Yeah, that sucks. Oh well, it is what it is. We need to get ourselves some food. We need to chunk ourselves up a little. We need about... 6 weight units worth of food. We got a ways to go. Thankfully, though, we can have our nap over at... we don't need to go all the way back to the Spiffos for the sleep. We can sleep over at the Dixie outpost, then run all the way during the day, because that's better than running during the evening with low exertion. See, because of stuff like this, these kinds of interactions. It's making me nervous watching all of those cars disappear from my view because they're not in my periphery, so my character is losing sight of them. So that's pretty. I don't like that. Oh, that's a zombie that got back up. Stay down. Lovely. It's locked, right? We're so close to the next level of short blade as well. Very, very close indeed. That'll be very good. Extra damage. And then the true damage of knives unlocked at level 7 officially. No more damage debuffs applied. The actual damage knives do is the benefit. And then from there we're on to boosts, damage boosts. I can't wait to actually receive some damage boosts to the knives. All the way until we hit level 10. Hello. We're making our way all the way back to our cabin in the other ones. Short blades have debuff? No. So not short blades, all weapons. So for those that are unaware, the way that the weapons calculate the damage that they deal is actually a debuff pre-level 7. So levels 1 through 6 all apply a debuff to your damage. So that's how that's calculated. Yeah, so until you're level 7, you don't know the true damage of your weapon. Because all the other weapons, all the other stats, like you get attack speed throughout, you get maintenance bonuses every 2 levels, but you get a debuff 1 through 6. And then you're when you hit level 7, the value is then 1. So it's 1.0, which is no damage debuff, no damage upgrades. And then from there, after level 7, levels 8 through 10 apply a damage bonus, which is interesting. Yeah. So we were about to hit that lovely level 7 on short blade and unlock knives true damage. but not yet because I got to go back and I got to top my weight off as much as I don't want to because it's like it's one of those things where we're so close. But we'll stop off by the animals and say hi to them. It's been what, a week or two? Something like that. I'm sure they're happy. Same punching isn't an option. There was a mod that used to do that. It was very janky. Because what you could do is if you punched and then pushed, it was a 100% chance to knock the zombie over. So you could punch, push, and kind of abuse the mod to push zombies over. Oh, I'll have it. Nope, I can't see. There you go. This makes me want to play Sonic. How much time do we have to get there? Oh, it's morning and we've got loads of time. Nice. Once we get there, though, I'm going to do a brief BRB so that I can go refill my tea. And then we'll do our weight gain. And then, like, how's our strength doing? We should be... You know, we're getting there. We're nearly halfway. We're nearly halfway to level 9. We're at 42,000. And then for fitness, we're at 25%. So... maybe I should do fitness instead. Like we do squats. I don't know. I kind of want to hit level 10 strength as quickly as I can. So maybe I should just grind out the push-ups still. We're only going to be getting a few thousand XP in the fitness that we choose because right now the bulk of our fitness and strength is coming from combat with the zombies. So we're getting a lot more from them. That said, though... I'll get a bit of a rest here. Yeah, I'm thinking that the best idea would be to do strength and then next, like, the thing is if we get strength capped out, then it doesn't matter. Then we just can continue with fitness. And then later, once fitness and strength are capped out, I'm gonna be doing reloading as our other thing that we're doing, which is gonna be, because I'm hoping by then we have a few magazines saved up so that we can at least, like, you know, load up like 3 or 4 of them at a time. We'll see. Yeah, it's gonna be pain. It's one of the ones that I'm not really mentally prepared for. Like, I remember like Lamprey doing it. And it taking, like, I fell asleep during that stream. Because it was like, it was 20 plus hours. It was a long stream. And he didn't even hit 10. He got level 9, if I remember right. And then he swore never ever to do that stuff without a bonus ever again. I wonder if there'll be better ways to level it in the future, though. And then come build 43 when Lamprey comes back, you know, we'll see. Or build 45 or whenever his thingy, like his military thing ends. Oops, I went too far. Snow messed me up again. He said build 43, but that was in jest. It was, it's whenever his military stuff is probably, you know, he may do the off stream here and there, he said, but that it's mostly he's focused on his real life right now. 1 second. So. One second. I'll be right back. Cause, well, I'll do the BRB right now then. Cause, yeah, I just gotta, cause seen a spider. I just want to make sure that it finds its way back to its home. If it doesn't, then, you know. Okay, BRB. Okay. Thank you for the wellness check. Right, let's return. Very soon we'll have Smokies under control, and that'll be helpful. No more long treks this way. At least not for a while. I wonder how much longer these have on there, because it takes, what is it, 4 weeks, or is it 14 weeks? 14? How many weeks is it to compost in the rat race? 12 weeks? How many months? That's 12 weeks would be 3 months. I put these in there a month or 2 months ago. Or is it 3 months? I mean, almost. Who knows? Who really knows? Not me. I have no idea. Clearly. Alright, let's go over here. Alright. We can just kind of relax now, fish our weight back up, and then once our weight's back up, we can return and hopefully we'll be able to take down the remaining zombies that are around Smokies. And then we'll take Smokies over. Did it actually eat my bait though? It did. That teeny tiny fish ate my bait. It's funny. So that was a 260. Not bad. These. I guess I didn't even need to have them. Oh, we got Rosac. I wonder if that means that we'll be able to do, like, have a fish tank with baby fish. And then grow our own fish. Huh. Is the Rosac? Can I put that as bait? No. All right, here we go. All right, Higgins. Before we get started, squats. Push-ups. Sit-ups. Still need to do another round of sit-ups. And then we gotta do burpees. I don't think we'll get time to do burpees, though. We'll just go to bed. Can we fix broken clothes? Some of them, yes. Not all broken clothes. There are some broken clothes that cannot be repaired because for reasons. Yeah, for reasons. Like bulletproof vests, the Spiffo outfit, stuff like that. But perhaps maybe in the future we'll be able to repair it. I can hope. Because there was for you found leather pants. I don't know if you can repair those. But they are good. I do agree with you. I like the leather pants, but I'm unsure if you can repair them. Get to level 7 tailoring, and you'll have to find out for yourself. Because like I said, I don't know. I know that I couldn't repair what you would at least be able to do is you will at least be able to put leather patches on it. So most of the leather pants will be okay, but so you'd at least be able to put patches on it. The white suit from Coalfield, I tried to repair that and it wouldn't let me. Like it said you can't repair. So I was like, oh, even though I leveled my tailoring up, I still couldn't repair it. So instead, I just compromised and threw ripped sheets on there because they looked enough like the outfit. But it's not the same. I know. Trust me. You want it to look nice and it's the apocalypse. You want to look your best. I got you. But yeah, it does suck a little bit that some of the outfits, for reasons, they can't be repaired. But we'll fingers crossed hope that gets changed in the future. Because to be quite honest, most of the clothing in the game is purely aesthetic. And if you were to play through and min-max and all that stuff, like, I mean, the clothing itself is not particularly useful to have on. Like, even now, I shouldn't be wearing some of it, even though it's winter right now. Like, these padded pants are excessive. Yeah, that's just kind of the way it is. I don't need to be wearing this right now. We're not going to be doing burpees the whole time, but just a couple of batches of burpees. There we go. Just to cap out regularity, just so the regularity is always full. And for now. But yeah, I like the clothes. I want there to be reasons or like I want to be able to wear whatever clothes I want, right? That's kind of would be nice. But you can't do that a lot of the time. Most of the time, actually, the most optimal clothing in Apocalypse is during the summer is wearing no clothes at all, which is why you see me wearing these. Um, the tights have no insulation, so you can wear them and it looks like you're wearing clothes, but I'm technically not wearing pants right now. They don't count as pants, really. And they don't get damaged by zombies either, which is nice. But I often, very early on, try to find a pair of tights and or a bathing suit as well, so that I don't have to run around naked. And then during the winter, you have to wear a handful of clothes. You can kind of choose whatever you want for the winter time, mostly. My favorite outfit to wear in the game is the Ranger outfit, but even the Ranger outfit kind of overheats you in standard Apocalypse. But yeah, it'd be cool to have the ability to change the insulation of the clothing that we're wearing. You know, like there's jackets in reality that we have that you can take the inside out, and like it's another jacket. Um, I have two of those. One that you can remove the inside, and it is like a windbreaker on the inside, but it's also a winter jacket with like the fuzzy winter sort of aesthetic as well. Keep you warm. It's got both. 2-in-1 jacket combo. It's also one of those jackets you can wear inside out. That's kind of the cool thing about some of those sorts of things. I think I can get in one more batch of push-ups before we go to bed. Maybe not, actually. Definitely eat a little bit more before sleep, though. What do you mean? Catch and twist? I wouldn't be able to catch twist even if I were to stream for 24 hours for multiple days in a row, back to back to back to back. Assuming that I'm some kind of sentient machine that's capable of doing that. It would, to catch twist, I would need like, and I would need him not to be playing at the same time as me doing that. Like, to catch twist, on average right now, based on my current averages, let's see how many hours it would take me. And I'm going to go based on that he's at 400k right now. Let's see. So we minus my total right now, which is 9,300. Okay, so that means still need 390,000. And on average, let's say that I can kill... Let's go on based on my average kill count right now. Which would be about this. And we can divide that by... Oh, I did the number wrong. 1 second. It would take me roughly 82 days. You're not derailing me. I was just curious about the numbers. It would take me 82 days at my current pace to catch up to Twist. And that's if he stopped playing right now and I were to just go nonstop for 24 hours for 82 days. That's like a couple of months. Of course, I wouldn't be going at this pace the entire time, but I would increase in pace once we hit level 10 in some skills. But that's the thing is, going at my current pace and my current averages, it would take me a couple of months to catch up to Twist. Yeah. It's definitely not a derail. It's fun to think about these numbers and stuff sometimes. But yeah, so that's assuming that Twist takes a big break because he's burned out, right? Which is not going to happen. He wants to get to the million eventually. Like he'll get there. He'll get there or he'll die trying. Right? And then he'll maybe start another rat. No, he's not going to start another rat race. He said that this was going to be his first and last attempt. Like he hasn't died yet in the rat race, and but he said that he'd only try it once. So, because some of the settings are a little bit annoying for Twist, because Twist likes to play on settings that are much they're harder in other ways. The rat race has some difficulty in some ways, but like, you know, it doesn't have like the constant pressure of metas, and instead it's just got like, you know, the vehicles are really loud and sort of hampers the character in that way. So it adds a lot more tedium on that. You can't really use cars at all. And I mean, if you think about it, one of the most recent updates, they added ragdoll physics to cars. Like, I mean, what is that going to give to a rat racer? I mean, when we shoot a gun eventually, we'll be able to enjoy the ragdoll physics, and we'll be able to enjoy the ragdoll physics to an extent later. But right, that part of the update wasn't for us. The other parts of the update were for us, though. The better foraging, the fishing being better overall, stuff like that. Although, I mean, you can there's been some argument on that, but at the end of the day, like the fish weighing only a little bit, and it's objectively better than it was before. It just, at least I think so. Same for the foraging, right? And technically we can use the cars if we want for a little bit to bunk zombies very briefly. Was there any new state of metalworking? You mean the infinite metalworking? That's the bug, or which are you talking about? Are you talking about the cool new crucibles? Because I like them. I just wish they were balanced a little better. Because currently they're not balanced at all, and which I think is a good thing. Don't get me wrong. I think it's a good thing that they aren't balanced properly right now, because it gives accessibility to everyone, and that they will eventually balance them so that the metal works out. Yeah, the infinite loops, we came up with a system for the rat race for it, so that everybody who has metalworking or access to metalworking has to give up 5 metal items to create a crucible. Now, the size of those metal items doesn't matter, but obviously we're not supposed to be like smelting stuff with the blacksmith and then you know cutting the bars to really tiny and throw 5 of those away to make that would sort of sidetrack the whole point of this. It's just to make sure that we're using it, that we're getting rid of more metal than we're using, kind of within reason, right? Like if I bring 2 big old bags of metal over to the thing, then I'm gonna be able to make a few bars out of it for sure. So, but yeah, so we put house rules on the metal. That said, though, it's not like, other than that, we would have to ban the usage of it, and that seems unfair, right? For all of the people who have made it to the point where they can use the blacksmithing, myself included. But I mean, I try my very best to put myself at the back of that stuff, because I'm gonna have personal biases, and but I'm trying not to, like, no special treatment for me either. Just because I happen to be one of the people who's running it doesn't mean that I get special treatment. No. That's not how that works. We're subject to the rules as well. Heck, I had somebody ask for my settings file. And I complied, even though it was, like, really weird to have somebody ask for my settings file. Because it's, like, what? Why? Because if I'm not going to follow the rules, then why are there rules? Right? Yeah. 'Twas a bit odd, but, you know, like, I mean, that person's just trying to look out for the rules, which I can understand. Even if it's in an odd way. But as people get closer and closer to the prize, we're going to have to start discussing that at some point in the future. Like, once there's only, like, a few 100K left on Chivas and Twist, we'll probably... I know that we're going to be doing probably a statuette. That's something that we already discussed. And then from there, it's about... I think we'll probably do... I don't know. We'll see. Like I said, we're not discussing it now, so I don't want to make any like say something and then it be, oh, you said this, but it's not. I don't want to lock anyone into anything. By the way, quickly, quickly, yes, I did it! Hooray! High five. Oh, yeah, hopefully you're having a good day. I'm having a good day. It's been good progress for today so far. We've managed to poke our head into Muldra. So there's less zombies over there than I thought there would be. So we poked our head over here and seen that also I can move this. But yeah, so we're finished with Dixie. Dixie's done for the most part. I still need to loot this section and these buildings here, but that said though, I'm not expecting to find back-breaking loot in there. Like there's probably not going to be a whole lot. There's going to be a handful of books maybe. I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that there's some books there, but that said, I don't expect a whole lot. But we're making good progress. Right now we're here though to gain some weight, which we're up to 78 now. So we should be rapidly approaching chonkdom here in a little while. At least I hope. We'll catch some more fish though to be on the safe side so that we're good. Cool. Oh, there's still bait on there. Nice. Ah, fish, 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 fish. Oh, there's a lake by Brandenburg I forgot to mention that folks could go to if they really want. I remember going to that lake in my times in one of my time 16 playthroughs. I didn't actually go to Brandenburg itself though. I just ended up over there. That was the hardest playthrough I think I've ever had in build 42 cuz it was in that playthrough I was doing times 5 muscle strain and it was one of those relaxed kind of offline playthroughs where I could kind of roam around the like map and just enjoy. But I was not being roamed around the map. I was being kicked around the map by the often helis. So like I ended up going because I spawned in Rosewood. I ended up going down south towards the bottom area, but then I ended up leaving that area, ending up over by Irvington, and then getting moved from Irvington all the way up past Echo Creek, past Schubert's estate, and on the riverbank there. And I was going to start pressing forward, but the muscle strain was just ridiculous, you know. But that said, though, it wasn't unmanageable. It was just I couldn't kill anything, really. Like a handful of zombies. So, because I was waiting, but eventually it started getting better as soon as I was higher level strength. That playthrough was going to be doing Brandenburg, but I didn't get a chance to complete it. I think is it still in my list or did I delete it? Might have deleted it. Because if I just felt like it would be too much hassle to constantly update it. That's what I mean about sometimes things being a little bit harder than the rat race, because that playthrough was kind of harder. But it not in the same ways, right? The rat race has variances of difficulty. There's certain parts of the rat race that are really, really tough that other playthroughs would not be able to compare to. Chonk. You wait, what? You fall on the ground? You're telling me that this is that catfish? I don't believe you. That catfish was much bigger than that. Wasn't it? Maybe not. I feel like it picks the model at random. Like completely at random. Because that fish looked fairly large, didn't it? It was only like super tiny. Well, not super tiny. It was like maybe, I think it was what, 50? I don't remember. I hope I find Electrical 5, the book, at the very least. I don't care about many books, but I really want to find Electrical 5 and Electrical 4. Because I just got flashbacks to walking along that road. the road with the watches. The watch road. Yeah, there's two parts of that playthrough that are like, yeesh. That mall push was hard. Yep, yes it was. That was one of the tough ones. That and the Louisville push was pretty tough too. Like getting to the motel. That was rough. I'm tempted to just keep fishing this and see how long it takes me to fish the lake out. Like, does the lake actually get fished out? Question mark is my thoughts. Like, is it real? Like, or is it something that's fake? Because they used to have abundance. Both things, both foraging and fishing, used to have abundance. Apparently, some folks have been claiming that they've managed to fish out their areas, and I'm trying to, I want to believe them really badly that's the case, that they did, but I'm struggling to when I can't do it myself. I can't replicate it. It won't let me. I mean, I have like so much fish. What am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to believe them if I can't replicate it? Right? It's difficult. I want to believe them. It's not like duplicatable at the moment. Like I managed, and my fish, my lake, or maybe perhaps the fish in this particular lake are very, very fertile fish, and they replenish the abundance immediately. I don't know what else to think, because unless I go over to the Echo Creek fish like lake and fish there, like. Because I think that's the most common one, right? Is that I don't know about other lakes that they're using over there, but like I know of. Oh, there's still bait on there. Nice. Yeah, I know the Echo Creek cabin gets used a lot. I'm trying to think of other places that folks could be, maybe along the Ohio River. But if you're on the Ohio River, just you can just keep tracing it along if there's no bubbles, because it's one of those things where that's like an ocean of water. Like you're not gonna, it's huge. It's the thing is you'll find bubbles eventually. You just need to keep following it. Although you'll probably also find zombies eventually if you keep following it. This is not a fish. Oh, no. For just a second, I thought I finally fished it out. Yeah, not from one person fishing. Like, and like catching one fish every like few hours. Like, it's not happening. You can't fish out an ocean that way. Or, I mean, a river that way. Like, sure, maybe it would kind of start affecting the nature after a while. Like, maybe, how many fish do you think that person would be able to catch? And then, because if they're using a pretty good bait, let's say, and they're catching, let's say a fish every couple hours, or a fish every hour, let's say, they catch maybe about 12 fish, and then they go home and have a rest and cook up some of the fish and eat it, and then they package and store the rest of the fish, and then they go about out the next day and they catch another 12 fish, and then rinse repeat on infinitum. Let's say they have an endless trove of a freezer to keep these fish well in, and or other preserving methods like turning them into jerky or something. All right, so let's assume that you have all that. That all of that's possible, right? 12 fish a day. How long does it take them to fish out a river like the Ohio River? How many fish are in the Ohio River? Average. Let's see. Okay, so that it just says there's it doesn't tell me the amount though. It just says according to their. Yeah, it's not going to tell me the amount. It'll just tell me the breeds of fish. 12 a day? Never. Yeah, I didn't think it would equate. Like, it just doesn't make sense. I don't even think this lake, you could fish out this lake. It wouldn't be possible, right? It just not possible. And that's assumed because you would have to freeze some of it, right? There's just no way that you'd be eating that much fish. Your body would be like, no, no more fish, please. I don't want any more. Go get anything else. Anything. Fruit, vegetables, anything else, please. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it would be possible. But in Zomboid, there's an abundance meter. At least there used to be. And I'm unsure if that abundance meter still exists. If it does, then it's hidden away and nobody can see it anymore. Which means that you won't ever know if you've burned an area out unless, you know, maybe all of the bubbles disappear. But once I catch this next fish, we'll have a look around the lake and see how many bubbles there are. Because it's clear that there's still bubbles here. And I've fished so far some. And mind you, I'm doing this at double disadvantage right now. So I didn't even turn on the fire. So we're actually at bad temperature, bad time. Yeah, that is what chum is for, but some folks don't have access to it because it's a fairly mid-level craft. You get it at around, I think it's level 5 fishing or something like that for the auto learn if you don't have the right magazine. Something like that. I don't really remember. But its auto learn is it's fairly, you need to be fishing in order to do it. Which means you could instead just sate your character, catch a bunch of trash until you like, because catching trash does give you fishing XP, does it not? I'm pretty sure it does. Because you don't need to catch fish in order to get XP for it, right? I think it's just catching things in general. So you could just keep catching trash until you're able to make chum. But you still need the bubbles to make your fishing reduced, like so that it's not taking you too much time. Like even with the bubbles right now and double pour fishing, we're catching slowly, but we're still catching. What I mean by double pour is there's 4 stats for fishing. There's the wind, the weather, time of day, and temperature. Those are your 4 fishing stats. And 2 of my fishing stats are bad right now. And I know they're bad because I know the time you want to be fishing is you want it to be fishing at between the hours of 4 a.m. and 7 a.m. And then you want to fish between 6 and 9. Those are the optimal hours for fishing. So dawn and dusk. Those are that's dawn and dusk. That said though, like we're about to approach into dusk right now. Like we're getting close, like another like few in-game hours. That'll increase our fishing from 2 bads to 1 bad. But I'll probably move before then, if we haven't caught something by then. Which we will. More than likely. The odds are in my favor. But it is still RNG, so that is one of the things. Any RNG elements of the game, it's not good to fast them. Like it's not good to fast forward the RNG elements because if you do, then you miss some of the checks that would happen. There's at least 3 RNG elements I don't fast forward at all. Foraging I do sometimes, but when I really am caring about it, foraging, fishing, and starting a fire are the RNG elements that you shouldn't fast forward. Fishing, because you'll like you could skip over fish you would have, as well as you have to be fairly on the ball to try and reel in the mini game during the fast forward. That said, though, because I've broken my fishing rod a few times trying to fast forward fish, and it's not worth it. Not, at least not for me. Foraging, it's easier to miss the nodes. And starting a fire, you miss checks that would normally start the fire, and then you'll burn extra exertion and break sticks and branches more. These are little things, though. They're not gonna make or break your game, but if it's good to note them down so that you know, okay, I shouldn't fast forward here if you're in dire straits, right? Most of the time you're not gonna be. You're not gonna care. But if you're in like a cryo winter challenge and it's your only stick, like, you're gonna want to make sure that stick counts, right? You're not gonna want to go looking for another one, because looking for another one could get you hypothermia. It's not a guarantee either, because like it's RNG elements, so it still could fail, even if you have the additional checks. Enjoy, best of luck in whatever you're up to. Hopefully we'll get our weight up here in a bit. I've got a couple more in-game hours before we sort of have a look around the lake. Alright. Just gonna heat the small amounts of fish that I have currently. Top off my water while I'm at it too. Only 2 hours left on here? Yeah, I'll say, remember there being more somewhere, but that's okay. No, I'm gonna unfavorite those as well. No, I don't need to. Do I? What do I do with fertilized eggs once they have been taken out of the hutch? You can put them back in the hutch, and then what you do is you open the hutch. Are you trying to eat the eggs, or are you trying to like make baby chickens? Because you put them in the hutch, and then you open the hutch, and then when they turn into baby chickens, they'll come out as baby chickens. Right? Or are you trying to eat them? Because if you're trying to eat them, cook them in fire and then eat them. Oh, okay. You're trying to make chicks. So yeah, put them back in the hutch and open the hutch. Like open there's two options on a hutch. There's the little front option, and then there's the top part. That top part makes babies. Yeah, you could do that as well. You just drop them on the ground. They'll hatch eventually. But I like keeping them in the hutch. And like, cause it more like the chickens are keeping care of them that way. But yeah, you could just drop them on the ground. Yeah. But yeah, if you want it to be like, cause I take it that you empty your hutch very frequently, don't you? So you're taking care of your chickens directly. So if you want it more like, like role play esque, you could just put it back in there and let the stuff there. You didn't know you could put them back? I think you can. I'm pretty sure. You should be able to. Yeah, just put them back. And then but you can put them back and then just yeah, it should be fine. And then just open that other part of the hutch, like the one that one is for letting out chicks. So when the chicks come out, then they'll wander around. You'll see them. And I'm sure it'll make you happy. Back from dinner? Several thousand, hundred? Yeah, it went several hundred. Yes, indeed. Right now, I am doing my weight gain thing. So let's destroy all of these. Throw these splinters there. Light the fire with a... But yeah. We actually we touched Smokies. Like we've seen the building, and there doesn't seem to be that many zombies in front of it, which is nice. It means that the zombies are somewhere else, which makes me a little nervous, actually. like I mentioned before, the zombie that you see is not necessarily the zombie you're scared of, right? I'm scared of the zombie I don't see, and I don't see a lot of zombies there, so that's a problem. That said, though, if we can take over Smokies, that would be awesome. Because Smokies is a good place to be and to eat fish at. Yeah, it's better to know where the blob is than to be surprised by sudden neighbors showing up. you know, that are waiting around the corner. Me too. That is the truth. Those are definitely the numbers that I'm scared of. So something that's notable about this is they made the amphora a little bit more annoying to do this way. Like the add fluid thing. It's all the way at the bottom. I kind of wish there was a button that would be add all of a certain type of liquid from your inventory. Um, but there isn't anything like that at the moment. So the best case scenario is for me to do it like this. Your best is about a month. Um, just to give you an idea so that you can feel like my best before this, before I sorry, my best before I got better at the game was 6 months. So that's what I would recommend for you is it to shoot for bigger and bigger survival times. Beat your personal best. Like every time you load up a save, you should try and beat your personal best. Because my best before that, before my 6 months, was about a month. And before that was about a week. I went from 1 month to, or sorry, yeah, so a week to a month to 6 months. And then from 6 months being my personal best and 10,000 kills, I went on this run. So there's the totals and there's the death. That's my personal best. And like in build 41. So in build 42, it's a little bit less than that. Also, though, build 42's not like, we'll see. Maybe we'll make this one our PB in build 42. I can always hope. My current PB in build 42, I think, is in the 20k range. For Rat Race specifically, it's 26,000. And we survived for, I don't know how long. I'd have to look. Actually, we can look. Give me 1 sec. Leaderboard was... I'm really happy to see so many people on the board above top 10. That's awesome. But my record so far in the Rat Race for survival time actually is this run. So 1 year, 5 months. In the previous run, though, I had... Oh, I'm pouting. My bad. My previous run was 26,000 in 1 year, 2 months. The reason being that it's such a discrepancy in kill count is because this run we went a lot slower. So we were a little bit more, and more of our skills are leveled up in this run than in that run. So that's the difference. You can see that there's nearly a 10,000 kill difference, but it's because in that run we were more focused on combat and taking over Riverside than in this one, less combat, more taking over smaller points of interest like McCoy Estates and the Spiffos, right? But if you want to see it's kind of crazy. Claire's run is at 23k, and I think Claire might be just approaching Muldra now, right? Something like that? Or is Claire still trying to get into the Crossroads? I think Claire finally broke Crossroads. I'd like to believe. But Claire has a similar run to this run going right now. We're basically like twins, almost. Because we started out in the same spots and we have the same goals. Claire broke Crossroads. Ah, perfect. I'm glad. That means Claire's going to be on to McCoy Estate soon if she's not already. I hope she gets there okay and that it's not as busy as the woods as I expect them to be. Given that it took her almost 20k kills to push past Crossroads, I'm hoping that was the bulk of it and that the majority of the other zombies didn't have movement commands to be issued as a result. You know what I mean? So that it'd be a little bit easier to get through to McCoy Estates. And then from there, I'm thinking, well, she'll go to McCoy proper, like McCoy logging. Yas, yas. Either that or she'll throw a wrench in the plan and then go directly for West Point, like right away, which would be kind of cool to see actually if she ends up taking that idea instead. Cuz it's a possibility. You're not sure? Actually, build 42 runs better than build 41. I think you'll find it's a lot easier to change settings. Temetry was having troubles with build 41, and when he upgraded to build 42, it was easier on his system. So, um, that's kind of interesting, right? Yeah, so it might be easier on your system. I'm not guaranteeing that it'll be easier on your system, though. Like, I mean, it might not be, but it might be. Let's just relax and do some push-ups. Why? Because this is what you do. This is the weight gain trick is, you know, if you want to gain weight, don't move around. Don't move around. Are you moving around? Well, you're going to lose weight. Do push-ups, sit-ups, squats, reload something, stand and do carving. You know, do something that takes up your whole day. Don't move around. I know this looks like we're moving around, but we're not. We're staying completely still. I'm glad for Claire. Hopefully the McCoy is easy. And then it's Muldra, and then from there it's, you know, figuring out where you want to go next. By then, though, I will be driving cars, so I may be trapped in Muldra forever. We'll see. I'm gearing up to be ready for that. Do I want to do one more round? I think I do. No, no, I don't. Actually, you know what? I want to go to bed right now. Like, right this second. Quick, sleep before the pain. Dive into that couch for a nap. Because if you don't, you can't. That's the thing, is the pain will keep you awake until your tiredness is higher than so. But if you do that, you can sleep through it. Sleep through the pain. Alright, let's eat some fish. How's our weight doing? We're up into the 80s again. I'm just gonna clear these bowls and then go fishing. So, see, there's ripples there. There's ripples here. I don't like fishing close to shore like that, though. You don't really get to play the mini game because the fish gets caught, like, right away. So let's have a look around the rest of the lake. So you can see there's a lot of fish in the center of the lake. I can't reach those ones though, right? So, because I wouldn't be able to reach that. There's some fish down here. Okay, can I reach you? I can reach you, I think. You're stuck not waking up in November? I've never heard about that. It's like research or known issues. What do you mean? Like you stuck sleeping? What happens when you load the save? It's just dark? Do you have a watch? What time is it in the game? Ooh, I've got an idea of how you could fix that save. So what you do is go onto your save, go into the where you load the mod options, right? And you're not going to add mods or anything. What you're going to do is you're going to click on the player and load in as a different player. If you load in as player 2, then what you can do is go to where your character is, right? And then how often do I stream? Very frequently, but do an exclamation point schedule and you'll see that I don't really it's not that I don't stream every day. It's because I do stream as often as I'm able to, but my schedule is one of those weird things where it's between you put a space, you got to get rid of the space. But it's I stream like 5 to 7 hours minimum. And then as time goes on, I'm hoping to maybe do streaming as a profession, but right now, due to the nature of my work, I can't guarantee it. So your best bet is to follow, and or if you want to know when I go live, I post when I go live on Discord, Blue Sky, and Twitter. Those are the places that I post when I go live. So if any of those platforms are available to you, that's what I would recommend. Is you go to one of those platforms and you'll see when I go live because there'll be a little thingy. Because I know not everybody likes Discord, right? So did I use it all up? I guess I must have. That's okay. But come October, I hope I'll be able to do streaming full time. We'll see, because we'll give it a try. Because I'm planning to move in with my partner Emma in October, so we'll be together. So as a result, I will have time to maybe stream as a job. We'll see. And then I'll set up a schedule then. So it'll be like I'll probably poll it to see what people want the most for my time. And then we'll probably do minimum 8-hour streams. Minimum. Probably. That's what I would intend. At least because I would want it to be, if it's a job, then, average job, 9 to 5. Obviously, that's not quite, so, but still. We would see. Yeah, I hope so too. We'll see. Fingers crossed. People are very nice about this though, and then like they've been very supportive, so fingers crossed it goes our way. I didn't even get a chance to play the. That's awkward. Just catches itself. This is why I don't like fishing this close to the shore. Is because it's the fish don't let me play the mini game. They just catch themselves. Are we done with this one? I think so. Yeah, so the bubbles are all in the middle by the look of it. Maybe? But that's okay. How much weight do we have? 80, nearly exactly the amount of weight I need. 81, 82. We'll be leaving here soon. And then hopefully by then we'll have Smokies under control. Can I make chum? I can, yes. Okay. No, wait. No, I can't. Wait, what? I can't? Maybe I need to research something in order to make it. So I should have the experience to do it. Where is the sack of sand at? This is awkward. I don't know where I put my sack of sand. It's just somewhere. It's a little bit. Yeah. I don't know where it's at. Okay, so just put this here for now. But you're very socially and mostly mute. It just takes time and practice. When I very first started streaming, I didn't think it was something that I could ever do at all. Like I was very like like yeah, very shy, very not not into that whole stuff, and would play games by myself mostly. Like mostly myself and with friends, right? Never really thought to do it as a something that I wanted to until someone gave me a push into it, kind of thing. And then I streamed ever since. I just stream and stream as a hobby, and just I did take 1 year off of streaming though, a while ago. Um and then when I came back to streaming, I had more drive and more focus because I was trying to achieve something. So, do something that you enjoy is the big thing. And then from there, it's just about sort of working on the style of content you like working on. It's not going to make like back-breaking, like, unless you get really lucky and get in, not just luck, but like there's a lot more to it than just like, you don't just make it big. It's not just like that. There's a little bit more into that, right? Networking and a bunch of other stuff. But the point being that I mean, you can make it big, and then if you do, like, you end up, it starts paying your bills, right? But that said, you can expect that the average streamer doesn't, like, it doesn't make like minimum wage. Sometimes slightly more than minimum wage, maybe, but most of the time, it's like minimum wage or below. So you have to kind of really like what you do, otherwise there's not much point in it. It's the same as anything, though. If you don't enjoy your job, you should get out of it and or find a way to move into other professions. All right, let's do some working out. There we go. A lot of advice for today. Oh, no problem. I like to give everybody the best. Like, I want us all to reach our PBs and, like, survive and thrive. That's the whole point of PZ, is that we work together as like a team, and we do the best we can. Everybody can achieve it too. Like, I mean, you can survive as long as you want in the game. You can kill as many zombies as you want. Whatever your goal is, if you want to make a really cool base, or you want to live in Louisville for a year, or whatever it is you want to do, you can achieve it. It's just a matter of a little bit of effort, that's all. Just a little bit longer. Not much longer now, though. Almost done my working out session, thankfully. And it went pretty smooth. Get some lunch in game here in a moment. We're nearly through it. We've gained roughly 4,000 strength XP from this little trip. Which is not bad, but, you know, we get more from combat than we do from... Because I want to leave these bowls here. I don't want to bring them with me. Maybe I should bring one with me, actually. One second. There we go. Oh, we gotta get water before we leave. These back on. And time to return to Muldra. And there we go, 82. Easy peasy. And is there still fish in the lake? Let's find out. Maybe there isn't. Are you empty? I only see one bit of ripples that I would be able to reach. So, one, I think. At least on this side of the lake. There's a whole other side of the lake, though, that I haven't looked at, so... There might be ripples over there. We'll see if I can learn how to make chum, though, here from that bag of sand on my way by. I think it's at Spiffo's, but it might not be. It might be all the way at McCoy Estates. And I'm not walking all that way to deal with that. Actually, though, I can maybe make another burlap sack and we can get some more sand from while we're at Spiffo's, because I can just use the loom, and then we have easily enough dogbane hemp, probably. So I can probably just make a sack. Yeah, I probably should do that. That wouldn't be a bad idea. That way in the future, if I need chum, then I can get it. Alright, do I have a bag of sand here? Don't think so. Which would mean that the bag of sand is over there, which means I need to make a loom. Which is in the building options, so I don't know why I typed it in there. It's, I need 4 logs and 5 sticks. I'm gonna put it right next to the plant thing, and I want to see the difference. This is gonna be one of those, this picture and that picture, they're the same picture kind of deals. Hmm. I was gonna say, I don't have any dogbane hemp, but I do have dogbane hemp. It's all right there. Hmm. Oh, that's unfortunate. This doesn't give anything in terms of XP. But now we have 10 pieces of burlap, which means I'm gonna do this really quick because there's no reason to not have a stone drill. Yeah, I'm just gonna make 2 for now. Give me the spade for a moment. No, not what I'm looking for. It's hard to see it right now. It's here somewhere. No, come on. Where are you? Is it here? No. Right? No. Where is it? Is it beside the light post? Take some dirt, take some dirt, take some dirt. It's not... It's gotta be here-ish, right? Take some gravel. Oh, that shows to me that it is somewhere around here, probably. Is it like here? Take some dirt. Take some dirt. Ah, where is it? I don't know where it is. This is the problem. Is it here? Take some dirt. Come on. Am I score too close? Where is... It's gotta be here somewhere, right? I don't want dirt. I want sand. There is sand here beside the Spiffo. Where? Come on. I can't. I gotta look this like at the interactive map and have a look. Where the heck is the sand? 42. I know I'm just like where? Where is it? There is sand here. There is no question of that. Come on. Me control. Ah, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the sand here. What? There it is. Yeah, so see, this is the sand right here. What I don't understand, though, is that it doesn't let me... That's weird. So what am I supposed to research in order to get that? Maybe I need actually to have chum in order to research chum. It'd be a bit strange if that was the case, though. Or I don't know how to research it. That's okay, though. Not a requirement. I'm gonna take that extra sack with me. In case I want it. Okay, we are passing by here, so we should at least somewhat have a look and tidy them up. $17 animals total in here. Lots of baby bunnies. Okay. Yeah, let's have some berries. Um, yeah, I don't know. You figure berries would show up more, like at all. Oh, there we go. Beauty berries. Nice. I mean, it's only 2, but like, you know, it's a start. Oh, it's not letting me cut them up in this bowl. That's weird. Hello, raccoon. Alright. Find something to us. Question. Find something to us for bait for in winter. What? I'm confused. What are you talking about? You can't forage insects in winter if that's what you're talking about most of the time. There may be foraging indoors for insects in winter, but as far as I'm aware, the bugs they don't show up in winter. But they might in the proper temperature. But oftentimes it's cold outside, right? So my thought process would be to have bugs already. You get bugs all of the other seasons, so save up a bunch of bugs and use those as bait, at least to get yourself a little bit of fish, and then use the fillets. And then from there, always keep a small pile of rotten fillets on the side uncooked. Like just a small pile of them, because uncooked rotten fillets can be used as bait. So that's what you do, is have a small pile of uncooked rotten fillets. And then always, whenever you're catching fish, leave a little pile of small, a little pile of fillets that you don't cook, that are your bait pile, essentially. And always be restocking your bait pile. That said, though, bugs are plentiful throughout the rest of the year, and actually quite a lot of them can be used in bird traps as well. So you should be catching those bugs fairly. Like if you have a bug bag, I recommend dedicating one tiny satchel to bugs, and just like whenever you find bugs, put bugs in there until it's full. And then once you have a full bug bag, then that's it. You don't need to harvest any more bugs. You've got a big bag of bugs. You're good. And then what you do is then you catch a fish, fillet it, and then just use the fish fillet as your bait, and then just keep catching fish. And rinse, repeat until I guess an area is out of fish. To which then, once you're out of fish, leave that area, go somewhere else. No sense in staying in an area that doesn't have anything for you, right? Like if your whole point is to gain weight, right? For example, that's just one example. Then bail from that area and go somewhere else. Set up another area that's for fishing. There's a lot of areas that are low zombie pop in high pop, like so in time 16, where you can go and you can just be there. Here, I can show you a few. This lake is one of them because these two lakes here are both kind of, it's low-ish pop. There's a few hundred zombies, but it's doable. There's parts of the Ohio River that you can go along that have very few zombies, right? Up to here, not this area as much, but there is some, because there's some zombies here. Same for this area here. There's quite a lot of zombies along this stretch here, but there's almost no zombies on this corner. And that said, though, another few spots you can go are there's a lake in Brandenburg on the edge right here. There's quite a lot of population here, and there's some population here, but this lake is in the middle of an open field of nothing. Like there's almost no zombies out here. So if you can get the zombies away from you, this field isn't bad. There's just no good shelter around here. That's the one bad part. So use that knowledge as you will. There's not really very much good shelter there, so you would have to make sure that you can handle being outside. I lived here for a little while on the edge of this. There are quite a lot of zombies here, but they shouldn't bother you too much if you're like living here. That said, though, as soon as you start noticing some zombies, bail from that. There's no necessity in staying there. There is a fence that goes all the way around this area, though, like this particular section. That's where I kind of was. I seen the fence here, and just I stayed away from, like, I was gonna try and go into McCoy Estates, but it didn't work out. There's just too many zombies in McCoy, or not McCoy Estates, in the back end of Schubert's to try and push in there. At least with that. Can you use rabbit as bait? I think so, but I don't know. I've never tried. It says you can on the tooltip, but I don't always trust the tooltip. Sometimes the tooltip will lead you astray. like sometimes, for example, there's food that's poisonous, but it won't say anything about it being poisonous, and if you eat it, then you're eating essentially poisoned food. Stuff like that. You got to be very cautious, right? If it says yes, then you might not be able to use it while cooked though, because I know the cooked fillets can't be used, like the cooked fish fillets. So you might need to have it uncooked in order to use it as bait. Okay. I'd like to succeed at getting a little more food, but it would seem like that's not going to be the case at the moment. Which is fine. I'll drop off these chipstone. Just want to put these things where they belong. I'm gonna wait an in-game hour. Alrighty. Maybe one more. Okay. Alrighty. Perfect. Alright, so we're gonna need to get food, obviously, but that's a good stopping point for today, because we've made a huge dent in progress. We've managed to push all the way almost to McCoy, or not to, well, kind of to McCoy. McCoy's right here, but we're basically at Smokies. So if we'll be having Smokies under our control here very soon, and then from there it's just going to be a matter of pressing the zombies and pushing them out of Moldra, which is gonna be that's gonna be a long one for sure. But we'll give it our best effort, of course. Just I'm gonna wrap it up there, and we'll raid out. Let's see. Right, we'll do this there. Alrighty. It's been my absolute pleasure as always. Let's see where we can raid. Um, let's see. Who's on for the rat race? There are quite a few folks on for the rat race. Let's see. This person's a year in. I don't think I've done Strive before. Let's do Strive. Why not? Let's do it. Or Strive. There we go. It's been my pleasure as always. I will see you guys next time. Ta for now.